stand for the pledge.
Father God, we come to you in the precious name of Jesus. Lord, we just ask for wisdom, and we thank you for the things that we're going to be discussing on the consent agenda, the public hearing, and stuff from the public and the council business. We thank you that together we can make wise decisions together for the city and for each other and for the community and for each department here. Thank you that the request for the request for fire gear, that, Lord, I hope that gets approved today. That's my opinion. And we thank you for the zoning and the things for the watercraft and trailers and things we're going to be doing around here as we discuss this and make decisions on it together. God bless us in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, take roll, please.
Mayor John Eric Hoover.
Here.
Vice Mayor Linda Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilman David Mueller.
Present.
Councilwoman Cherokee Sampson.
Here.
Councilman Robert Hubbard.
Here.
City Attorney Nancy Meyer.
Here.
City Manager Matthew Cobbler.
Here. Thank you. We've got a special guest out in the parking lot. I'm going to pass it over to Chief Paul Crasher to kind of give us an introduction, and we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess to go out and view that, and then we'll come back and finish the meeting. In the parking lot, we had received a grant, for those of you that were familiar, a while back to get purchase an air compressor unit, a specialty unit that fills our air bottles and our dive bottles. But we took that grant and we expanded upon it and made it an incident support unit. So it has a front area for incident command where we could be inside of there. We could also use it for rehab and air conditioned area for firefighters when they're hot. So we made it a multi-purpose trailer. We finally have that all done. It's stickered up, and we got it in about a month ago. We got the stickers and lights on it for those that like to go see it. We would like it to be blessed while we're out there real quick. Okay, so if we could, everybody okay with that? Take a 10-minute recess. So we'll come back at 6:15 for the rest of the meeting. Short pause.
What it is, I gave you a bunch of the bridge, that you mentioned, the bridge, that newsletter. Take some quick pictures.
So is that
This is the bridge. This is the bridge. Yeah, gotcha. This. That's what my notification. Bridge. So I'm pretty if they vacate bridge, shuts off this one. But there's a part. Yeah. I didn't even know. I didn't know how to do it there. Doing stick. Oh, kidding. And then here. Yeah, so they got
right? They got the they just want to know those. Yeah.
Yeah, he already demoed one building here.
Yeah, that old warehouse thing.
This
it will be nice, yeah. Thanks. You went out to look at the trailer. I've seen trailers, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, you know, they don't have such a camera. That's fine. Yeah, you know. Sometimes they're only take their bunch.
Oh, is she here? Yeah, she's here. Oh, I'm sure she is. Yeah, we'd be fine if you wanted to go earlier. I'm off work by 3, so I'm here by 3:30.
You're the only other person I heard from as far as times go.
Well, I think Joe is out of town right now. Maybe that's why. I don't know when. But I wouldn't see where anybody would have a problem with 4 o'clock. Like I said, I'm okay with 3:30.
Yeah, let's get some organizational, to the business and then discuss the other two goals.
Now, yes, Caroline, did she want off the CAC then? Because she can't be on both. Or on BOA, or can be on anything else.
Yeah, that's something that, I didn't discuss with her, so if she wants to come and discuss that with you guys, maybe see where she wants to be. Right? Every time I was like, oh, well, maybe I can fit, it was like, maybe I can fit something.
Evidently nobody was very good or anything. Really going on. It's surprising. I've been watching the babies. I've been last 7 weeks. So I still have a little bit of a cough a couple of times.
I feel like one and done, I'm good.
I had so much health issues over time from school. It was like, oh my gosh, where did I get it? Who gave it to me?
Right?
Yeah.
No, but I wanted to at least, do it for a while, to get that out of the way, and then I thought that whether people who expressed interest, so I was like, hey, even more so, get them, get them guys, so. I'll reach out to her tomorrow to do this related cover. Let's see.
Like I said, she quit that one. There are upsides.
And there it is, there it is. Very true. Okay. All right.
Everything been going okay. Crazy.
Hello. Yeah, no, that's a great idea.
So Jimmy got all the training on the credit on there?
Yeah, he did a good job. The other guy charged me $1,000 for the cost of his job.
It's like start different, right?
Yeah. I was enjoying doing mine, but yeah, do it early in the morning. Yeah, when it's summertime. And I went to a few lawn services and they were early.
It's in here.
Oh man, it feels much better in here.
Yes, it does.
Next up is approved minutes. We got two sets. We'll do motion for one at a time.
I got a question or two on the first set. How you want to handle
On
that?
the 415?
This was the one on, yes, 458. On page 7, there was some discussion on the cost of what we've incurred and what we've collected. And I'm wondering if those items or dollar amounts could be reflected in, because it talks about us that, but there's the cost, and I think it was like, and I'm going from memory, it was $35,000 is what we've incurred to collect $5,000 worth of fines. And I thought it was an important point that should have been made.
Say that, I'm sorry, Dave, can you say it one more time?
In that discussion about what it was going to cost, what we've incurred to defend these code cases, we've spent about $30,000 to $35,000, and I recall there was a cost of what we've made on the fines of about $5,000. So it cost us $30,000 to generate $5,000 worth of revenue. Okay, and all I'm saying is when these minutes were taken, I think it's important to capture anytime there's dollars expressed, and there's another instance in here in the next set, so that we have that information memorialized.
Were those, I don't remember, I don't recall, were those actual numbers or were those
That came,
estimates on reports?
that came from the attorney, and
Well, that's why I was asking. I didn't remember. That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Were they actual costs?
It came,
or-
yeah, I think the building official had
Okay.
done some research on that.
and all
Okay,
I'd
thank
like
you.
to do
That's
is
all I
have it reflected in there so that, hey, we got a yardstick, we're making decisions, hopefully with all the financial information, and we know what the yield is, and that seems disproportionate, accordingly.
Was that the only instance on each set of minutes? Was that,
That one,
we can just do this one first. So you,
yeah, yeah.
you want to make a motion to approve with the inclusion of the stats on,
Certainly. I'd like to make a motion to include the information that was reflected at this time regarding the cost that we've incurred to defend these code cases and the amounts collected for future reference.
Motion second.
second discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And then the next set of minutes is from 423.
There was also, this would be on page 13, where the third fourth paragraph down, comments from the city manager. Council and Chief Robinson had a discussion regarding speed sign pricing and data to support the purchase. There was dollars reflected for those as well. I think it was 49.35, and then we had to buy one in each direction, so the total was 98.84. But I think those things need to be reflected because it's material to capturing that information for our minutes. And correct me if I'm wrong. Would our attorney agree with this? That level of detail.
It's not wrong or right. You want it that detailed, yes, it's absolutely appropriate. It's not inappropriate not to have it. Except it's still recorded. The video's available to look at if you want to go back, but it does not hurt to have detail at all. But obviously, she can't take down every word of it.
I know.
I don't
it's
disagree.
difficult,
Yeah, I
and
don't
we
disagree.
do record it, but in my opinion, and you guys can yay or nay me either.
Yeah.
I think anytime we're talking about financial information, we ought to write the numbers down, and that way there's no discussion in the future that it was this or that,
So you want motion approved with the financials involved included?
and on page 14, I have an E in my name. It's a misspelling. Just go through and do a word search and fix that. Yes, I'd like to have the minutes amended to include the purchase of that two solar devices and their respective costs, and correct misspellings in there as well.
Is there a second?
We need that level of detail though, considering that it is recorded and we're, I mean,
Honestly, that didn't even need to come to council because the city manager has the option to spend up to $10,000. He could have bought those signs without our approval. So is that the correct number? Is 10,000 correct? So yeah, he brought it to us out of courtesy. He didn't truly even have to bring that to council. He had the discretion to buy that.
Yeah, a lot of times,
under his thing.
if it's an agenda item, it'll have all those costs in it
that's
on there.
what I was
So
trying
probably
to-
in that case, maybe not. But in this case, it wasn't an agenda item. It was discussed there, so maybe it makes sense to have them in there just so they're captured somewhere.
I'll second the amendment.
So motion second for discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next up, comments from the general public. I have a few signed up. Start with Carl Roth. Welcome.
Good evening, Carl Roth, 8031 Island Drive. I'm here tonight to commend the police department for the holiday weekend, having law enforcement out there from our city, Pasco County, and FWC made a significant difference on the river, and it was actually the first civilized river Memorial Day holiday we've seen for some time. I don't want to do quite the happy dance because yesterday and today they've all forgotten. But during the time that the folks were out there, it made a significant difference, and I've had a number of people make comments to me about that, what a difference it made. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Carl. Next up, Danny Fields. Welcome.
My name's Danny Fields, and my address is 8114 Little Kid. I just want to, same thing, just talk about, I'm standing in for Herschel and what he did. He had an event, and we was invited to it. It was a great turnout where the city and representatives from here and from Newport Richey went to a church. They fellowshiped together, got to talk, and build that gap about communication. So we had police and fire departments, sheriffs there, and other chaplains. And it was a great way to pray and to be encouraged and network together. So this is something that Somebody Cares wants to host more of this and network with other churches around and love our neighbors. Our neighbors are Hudson, they are Newport Richey, and work together and come together. But we focus on the city because this is where we're at. But together, we could work together, like the fire department's working together, the police and this, and mayors and stuff like that in the community, and learn and grow together with one another and make this place a great place, a state to live in the city. Thank you for your service and blessings in Jesus' name, okay?
Thanks, Danny. Next up, Pat Rogers. Welcome.
Pat Rogers, 4838 Sunset Boulevard. I just really want to thank the Public Works guys because the culvert that goes from my driveway over to the river collapsed. We had a big hole in the road, and they had it fixed in no time with minimal disturbance of traffic, and they did a wonderful job. So I just want everybody to know that.
Thanks, Patty. That's all I have signed up. By show of hands, anyone else like to speak? Alan, welcome.
Alan Rose, 10221 Hilltop Drive, not Port Richey, but I also have a property here in Port Richey. Just wanted to bring it forward so everyone hears it. Currently, I've just retired, 32 years, U.S. Coast Guard, Waterways Management. And I know that the city of Port Richey has a lot to be concerned with when it comes to waterways. And I am willing to step forward and help any way I can. There's direct funding in the matter of millions of dollars available, direct funding from the state, direct funding from the federal government. You just have to go to apply for it. And then on top of that, which we all know about other grants, they're out there as well. But you can go direct funding, you get your joint permits, and you get everything worked out, and you can actually get some action done. And I'm willing to help step forward and help out in any way I can, because we have a lot here. Miller's Bayou is always been in my eye something that we can remedy nicely. Right now, it's been what I did. I did a little work up in Hudson. They had the opposite problem of Miller's Bayou. They had a what was created by the side cast dredging done many years ago, and it created a radial current, and they needed a directional current. I did move a few rocks around just by myself, and it worked. And where they had the Department of Health close the beach all the time, they were lucky if once a year they could go swimming there. Since I made that effort, once a year they might have a warning where you have to be careful about going to the beach. Otherwise, the Department of Health clears it. And so it works. Miller's Bayou, it needs to be dredged properly in all the connecting drainage canals so that you get a radial current, so that you get fresh water flushing that bayou all the time. And it'll turn out really beautiful. It just takes a little effort and a lot of money. So anything I can do to help, and I just wanted to put that forward so you hear it from me. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alan. Anyone else like to speak?
Mike, John, you signed up, but
No, I haven't signed up. Not until boards and committees. Anyway,
oh, okay. For citizen.
you might have signed up. Did you have a general comment to make? Mike?
No, I was going to speak about something else.
Was I got Mike Sheets?
Yes.
I got you signed up under boards and committees.
Oh.
That's probably not
It might be
correct.
just a mistake.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Yeah, you signed up the wrong area.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
Hello, thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Mike Sheets. I reside at 7526 Grand Boulevard in Port Richey. I moved down here in 2019, take care of my sister who owns the house where I reside. We have a property across the street. I decided to retire here. I love it here. My parents lived in Newport Richey for 30 years and retired. However, just recently I had a dog about a year and a half, and I have property across the street. And I take the dog across the street, 5 or 6 times a day. And it's getting dangerous. There's a lot of speeders. I don't know the answer. Maybe, more visible law enforcement, speed bumps, I don't know, but I've almost been hit a couple of times. I have to take 2 long looks each side to cross the street in a 25 or 30 or whatever it is. I think it's 30. But I hope you would address it or do something. It's the same 5 or 10 cars. I go out there at all hours, 6 a.m., 7 p.m. I'm retired, so I would appreciate it if you would address it in some way, shape, or form.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming John Hanlon. Yeah, you signed the wrong spot too, so I'll move you up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is John Hanlon. I live on 7536 Grand Boulevard. I have the exact same issues as Mike. I live across the street from him. When I'm crossing over just by myself, cars come around the corner. When I look, I don't see them looking to the north. Next thing I know, I'm in the middle of the street and they're coming at 40 miles an hour. Sometimes I've seen people going 70, especially on motorcycles. It's just gotten crazy. Now I see golf carts going back and forth, people walking. There's little one-wheeled scooters. There's going to be a horrible accident out there sooner or later, probably sooner. And I'm hoping you guys can do the speed humps. It's my first time hearing that word, humps, but it would be a big thing. They come slow out of Newport Richie because they have those, and then they come flying off of 9. The minute they pass the fire station, they think they're good to go. It's Mario Andretti. And I've got 9 grandkids. When they come over, I'm scared to death to cross the street with them, and that's where I like to go and sit on the river. So, again, that's my issue. I hope you guys can come to some kind of a positive solution.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Show of hands. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back. Comments from our city manager. Pass it to Matt Copper for his comments.
Good evening, and thank you. I had a few items for consideration tonight. First, I recently received correspondence from the attorney representing the Lowe's, owners of the Catches Restaurant, and developers of the adjacent arena, expressing their desire to move forward with vacating the city right-of-way from Bridge Street. The Lowe's submitted the vacation of easement or right-of-way application in October of 2021. It was placed on the council agenda on November 9th, 2021, was tabled, and has not been revisited since. The Lowe's are requesting this vacation to improve site circulation and access to their marina. Their development plans include constructing a multi-level dry slip enclosure on the marina site. And I've included on your desk tonight, I apologize for all the paper, the letter that I received from the Lowe's attorney, as well as some of the renderings that they put together on what they're looking to do on the marina site. There are a few issues that need to be addressed with this request. Amongst the issues needing to be resolved with the city are that the city has some infrastructure located in the right-of-way. There is a public river viewing area at the end of the right-of-way. So I believe these issues can be resolved. They require some staff time to complete. So in doing some history on this, looking at it, we found that it came to a council meeting. It was, I wouldn't use the word tabled, but in the minutes it said it was tabled, and so we have to go with that. But it was never brought back for discussion, the best we could find. They've already made the application. They paid $500 at that point in time to do this, and I don't think was ever any resolution to council saying we wanted to do it or didn't want to do it. I think there may have been informal conversations, but nothing formal from the council. So what I'd be looking for is the council to actually take that up at a future meeting. And if you agree to do that, that would signal to me that spending the time necessary to put together what could be done with the Lowe's to make this work, we could spend our staff time to do that. And again, there are issues, but there's nothing that in my view is insurmountable to move forward with this.
Any objections to move forward? No, good to go.
Okay, we'll put it on the future agenda then.
Thanks.
Second item I had, a little over 2 weeks ago, council received an email from a pole contractor outlining his concerns about the city's permit process, specifically regarding the reinstatement of expired permits. In this case, permit was issued in April 2023 and expired in October 2023. The contractor did not contact the city about this permit until May 2024. It did not request an extension during the interim. Currently, the city's code requires a complete resubmission of the application and payment of the full application fee for an expired permit to be reinstated. This policy contrasts with those of Pasco County and Newport Richey, which allow reinstatement with only 50% of the application fee if no inspections have been done. And there's some other items to that as well, but that's the main thrust of what they allow for reinstatements. I recommend the council direct the city attorney to prepare the necessary amendment to the building code to adopt a similar policy to Pasco County and Newport Richey for reinstating expired building permits. I think it's something that would be a process improvement for residents that are looking to get things done. Again, it's something that is being done in surrounding jurisdictions, so I don't think we'd be going on a limb there. I mean, I think we'd be doing what again, both Newport Richey and the county already allow with that. And the restriction on this is that you really can't have gone too far with it, so we haven't put any money out. In terms of the inspection piece, we may have already reviewed it, approved it, obviously. And so it's really going to be a quick review that really may only need to be done if they're changing something, or if we fall into that time period where the code has changed, in the interim. So in this particular case, that's exactly what happened. There was a new updated code that was put out. And, again, we would have to review to make sure that the code, was in compliance with what the code now says to do. The other piece of all of this, I had gone out and I met with the residents as well as the contractor. I think more could have and should have been done by the contractor in this one. I think, unfortunately for the residents, though, they were stuck with, we want to pull. And now we're a year later, we don't have a pool, and we like to get a pool. And so they can close out their construction. In working with them, I had said that I would bring this to council to see if you would be willing to amend this. And then we could talk about, if council wanted to go forward with this, any possible reimbursement, since we're going to change the code in the near term. Which would be the 50% if that's what council wanted to do. So I guess just looking for direction to give to the city attorney to actually prepare that amendment.
Is it the same contractor that put the initial request in, or is it a different
No,
contractor?
it's the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just know with pools, sometimes things change quickly. That's why I was asking if it was a different contractor.
I've been looking at some of the stuff with regard to permits and fees and those kinds of things as well. And I would not be opposed to relooking at the permit process and the fee structure. I know that Pasco County has a declining structure after a certain amount of spend, rather than a flat 3% like we have in this town. I believe they also have a 2 times penalty for working without a permit versus we have a 3 times. And I know working without a permit in this town is one of the most flagged violations, along with trailers. But I'm thinking, is there a way that we can, one, better educate, and 2, look at opportunities where we can make ourselves, the city, available to encouraging people to follow the process, because that's a win for everybody. One, they get a process or a building that's to code, and 2, it helps our CRS ratings as well because we're following code, right? So not only do we want to look at that, do we want to look at, I'm thinking we may want to look at other things as well.
Yeah, well, there probably is a lot of items within the building code section of our code that we need to look at. No doubt about that. As relates to the fees, there is a requirement within our building code that says we're supposed to review those fees every 2 years, I think. Yeah, every 2 years. So congratulations. That's something that's going to be doing. And I think I usually like to time those type of discussions, permits and fees that we charge the residents and businesses, do that as part of the budget process. So you'll be getting that review as part of the budget, the overall budget process.
Any objections to them moving forward on those things?
No.
No, I don't see any reason why we can't make it more simple and make it coincide with adjoining municipalities in the county, just have the codes match the same as what the county and Newport Richey have. It'd be a lot easier for everybody, especially contractors, to understand.
All right.
It is that way. And yep, I think we should have conditions to be a little more flexible if people run into hardships or have problems with material and construction, but that's something else we can discuss later.
Plus, it aligns with being a city that's easy to do business with.
Right.
I think that's one of our goals. So, which is where we want to be, right? We want to work with our citizens and businesses.
So good to go there.
Okay. Have something else to add to our list.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Speaking of things added to the list, I provided you all with a copy of the proposed changes to the city's sign ordinance to ensure compliance with Supreme Court's Reed versus Town of Gilbert 2015 decision. This ruling emphasized that any regulation of signs or any form of speech must be content neutral to avoid violating the First Amendment. Municipal sign codes must now be carefully designed to regulate signs based on factors such as size, location, and duration, without considering the message conveyed. The city attorney's firm, Trask
Daniel.
Okay. I'm from Ohio, I'm going to say it that way. Reviewed our existing code and has recommended changes to ensure compliance. At this point, the council has a couple of options. You can move forward with the recommended changes from Trask Daniel, and we can begin the amendment process. Alternately, if you wish to review the design code concerning other elements of the code, I can work with staff and collaborate with you to identify additional changes. If you choose to go this route, I recommend that we receive input from local businesses and residents on any changes to ensure the changes are reflective of the needs and wants of the community. So no need to talk about this tonight. All I'm doing is delivering this to you officially. We will place this on an upcoming agenda, and then we can have all those conversations.
Yeah, so this is the right content for a workshop, in my opinion, because there's a lot to it. And I also noticed it. Are you sure you got all the whereas clauses that you needed in there?
It was
11 and a half
Attorney
pages.
Eschenfelder, and he told me that would be one of the first things I was asked about. And that the reason behind that is because of the extensive litigation
Sure.
that created this issue. So
That was
you want to
best with you.
capture it, yeah.
But yeah, I think I know there's been several instances with sign code, and I know there's other things out there that we probably need to address. Probably wouldn't hurt to go through this with a fine tooth comb and kind of fix some of this. Because I'll be honest with you, as you look through this, it's hard to tell what you can do with a sign and what you can't do with a sign. It's just so convoluted and whatnot. I haven't looked at yours yet, obviously, but I know ours is somewhat of a mess.
I can't promise this cleans up the mess because this was specific to First Amendment issues.
Right.
So some of the things we've talked about in the past are still going to be in there.
Right.
And that's why the idea is to let you guys decide that. If you still want to have those conversations, let's have it.
On a workshop, you mentioned getting business input, which I think is great. For that, would that be okay to do in a workshop as well, or do you want to put this on agenda first and then schedule a workshop? Or
No, I think we can, because again, I see a lot of these things as continue. They're not going to be solved in one night, and we could easily add this to the agenda for the June 4th meeting that we're going to have. To have some preliminary conversations with it. So I think that would be acceptable.
And maybe breaking it up in a couple different sections or whatever.
Yeah. And
outdoor signs, temporary signs, whatever.
Well, one of the things I guess that I would like to see maybe more immediate. So tonight when we're done here, you can go home and read this.
Read it tonight, fully.
Is do you understand the changes that are being made and why they're being made in this? Because again, there's two parts to this. The one that brings us in compliance with the Supreme Court ruling and protecting speech, and then there's everything else. And so, if you need to get a better understanding and clarification, we can have Mr. Aschenfelder, Attorney Aschenfelder, possibly be on the line or come and have that conversation so you understand that piece of it. And then we can also start talking about some of the different elements that you believe we might want to change. Again, if that's what you want to do, or if you're happy with the sign code you have, you just want it updated so we are in compliance with what the federal courts say we should be, we can do that as well.
So the blue stuff, that's
Yep,
new items
underline is new, strike throughs are being removed.
removed?
Yeah.
And that gets us compliant with all the Supreme Court stuff?
Yes.
And then everything else is a melding of our existing code?
Everything else is your code. We did no other changes. We just addressed the First Amendment issue.
Yes, however you want to do that. But
So essentially what you're saying is our attorneys have went through this, modified the document consistent with what the Supreme Court ruling stated,
Yes.
and have baked into this that change. Now, subsequent to that, I mean, potentially another question, do we want to hold it or do this today? Is that what we're asking,
No.
maybe? To get this in effect and then come back
No.
June? Okay.
I
We'll do it all in June?
would,
That's fine.
I would recommend that you not piecemeal this. You know,
Okay.
get us compliant and then go about it.
Right.
Because my experience in dealing with sign codes are those do not get changed quickly. I mean, I don't know if it's going to take fence permit
Right.
long.
My only concern
But it's
is,
going to take.
is it going to be a problem if we wait to get compliant with the Supreme Court? No.
I think considering
A couple of weeks.
yeah,
no
I
big
think
deal.
considering the time's already passed. I think we're fine just to get it all done and do it in one
Okay.
package. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
This happened in 2015.
Yeah.
Most cities had brought it by 2020 into compliance. So, I mean, we're a little bit behind.
9 years later,
Oh,
But-
we're there. That's what's
we're
important.
going to get it by 10.
That's,
It hasn't been a problem.
Run fast, Dave, so they don't get you.
that's right.
Run, Forrest.
it's a good idea.
The last item I had for you today, the county emergency management staff was here doing a presentation and training for city staff on hurricane preparedness and anticipation of, unfortunately, a very active 2024 hurricane season. In addition to providing an overview of the upcoming season, the presenters covered correct completion of the 214 form, outlined available training opportunities through the County Emergency Management Office, and discussed the use of WebOC. I'm currently in process of arranging a meeting with the County Emergency Management staff to initiate the development of the city's comprehensive emergency management plan documents. And we're looking at future training with them to bring our staff up to speed on basically, when, not only what to do before, but when a disaster happens, making sure that we have the right forms filled out so we can, maximize the reimbursements we get from the federal government should a state of disaster, state of emergency be declared. And I noticed not on there, the last thing is, I don't know if the chief wants to give any updates on the fire that occurred there last week. I know it was an issue of discussion.
Sure, Chief.
Basically, so everybody understands, when it comes to wildland fires or forest fires, the state division of forestry firefighters, those are the ones that are by state statute responsible for those. So I know there was rhetoric out there about us going back and lighting back burns. The fire department doesn't do that. I don't know of a local fire department that does that. Forestry is the one, and they have a rigorous process they have to go to make those decisions about where to burn, when to burn, to do those controlled burns so the firestorm's not coming at us unchecked. By doing those back burns, they actually slow down the significance of the fire before it gets to that interface part. So where we are with it now is a 20-acre burn. Forestry took over when we were done that next morning, and from that point on, they maintained control of it as far as digging fire lines and creating a perimeter. For us, it was structural protection and just maintaining that outside perimeter. I mean, for us to go inside and try to put every tree and knot and stump that's smoldering and burning out is not possible. So we maintain a perimeter, and what's already burned inside is just going to continue to burn until it burns itself out. And again, so every time we're out there and you see us out there, we're focused on that perimeter area to make sure it doesn't jump out of those fire lines or containment lines. That's our main goal. The crews it was a long night for it all. They did a great job. The county helped us a lot. The city helped us a lot. Newport Richey helped us a lot. And as of now, forestry staff is still investigating the cause of the fire, which may take some time for them to get an end result. But again, don't be surprised if some of those stumps and things still smolder for another couple of days. We've had 0 rain, it's still dry out. But the good thing is by them doing that back burn, there's not much left to burn. Really, you can't burn into areas that are already burned. So it just provides that safety net along with our perimeter. We're begging residents and staff or people to stay away because they're called snags. Some of these trees are burning inside, or in the roots, or smoldering inside, and they fall without warning. So forestry is at the point to where they won't even put their people inside, the fire area, not even in dozers, I don't believe, because some of the snags, some of those trees are huge and they're coming down like thunder. And it's just not worth getting somebody killed inside of there. So we're just going to continue to monitor it. We're out there every day, all day long, checking it, come back and forth. We're out there in the middle of the night. When they get up for another call, they're driving right by there just to make sure. If there's any other particular questions?
Is this cause still under investigation?
Yes, the state handles that.
We have a suspect such as homeless people, possibly?
That would for them to determine. So, and it could take them a little while to try to figure that out if they ever figure out a cause.
I know
we do
there
know
has-
there is homeless in there, and we
Right.
had issues before with them.
Well, it wasn't lightning. So, yeah, I'm not here to accuse anybody, but I am concerned about liability with new laws that's been passed with homeless people. And you're well aware of the fire you had a lot of smoke at your house
Mhm.
probably. So, concern is the cause of the fire could be due to homeless people, which we're more liable for. I guess this is towards Nancy. This law, does that have taken effect yet?
I think it's July 1st. I don't know that scenario would have interplay with the law you're talking about, though. I'd have to review it, but I don't think that would have an effect.
Well, I have ideas that should be addressed. I know there's talks in Pasco County about having some place for homeless people, but I mean, there's a liability if someone's house got burned down or buildings got burned down and people might have got hurt. Liability, if it's caused by homeless people and they've been addressed, does that liability get passed on to us?
There's a lot more involved in that. I mean, it's
Right.
they have to be also proved to be negligent, and they did it with intent. And versus he was just cooking in an ember, got out of control, and so there's a lot more involved in that. But I can check with the state to see where they are with the investigation and ask them to send me a follow up once they determine if they come up with a
I'd like to know because there's lawyers out there, chomping at the bit. I'm sure to
send that.
Blame municipalities for these issues. I've always had issues with homeless people. It's a mental illness. I just need help and need a place to go, and the police need help and tools to deal with that. They're kind of hand-strapped with that right now, but lawyers aren't. So we're a small town. It needs to be addressed, but I think we need to push this in the direction of our neighbors and the county and the state to help us with this issue. That's all I really have to say about it. There's liabilities with this. I'm afraid down the road it needs to be addressed.
Was it private land, the 20 acres? I don't know who owned it. Yeah, it's private land. It wasn't city owned. No. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Moving on, comments from the mayor, city council. Let's start with you, Bob, if you want. Councilman Hubbard.
No, that's just appreciate what they did there, and it was had everybody in there in a matter of minutes to address that issue. It was amazing how fast they were on top of that and addressed it the way they did. I'm sure everybody around that area appreciates what they did, so I just want to say thanks as far as that goes. I don't have any other issues to bring up at this particular time.
Okay, Councilman Mueller.
Yeah, I got a couple items. Once again, I want to thank both fire and police for getting after that and holding down that perimeter. I had a very close inspection with that as well, and you guys were all on board, as well as Newport Richey and Pasco County there. So I appreciate all your service there. Did everybody receive one of these cards? This came in the mail to all the Port Richey residents, I believe.
Yeah.
We found
My
out today that
my
maybe,
neighborhood doesn't get it.
well,
Oh yeah, they're on a different
they're
route.
on a different thing,
Right.
but maybe what we need to do is ensure that the few that are in that separate thing, they
There's
can
like
be
35 homes in
they
there.
can be hand addressed. So there's a way to deal with that.
I just wanted to,
Yeah,
you asked
Manatee
the
Point.
question, I was just answering it.
Yeah,
Right,
Manatee
right.
Point Drive as well. I think those houses there are on that route.
I didn't receive one either at the end of Leo Kid.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's
I didn't
interesting.
get one either.
But I think this was an effective process. I was talking with the gal that is our consultant, Tammy Barana, and she showed me when the results came in, and this mail drop generated about 80 or 90 additional surveys. So I think this is a good mechanism. I don't know what it costs to send this out. Maybe $500-600. $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was worthwhile, and I think it might be ways to get this done at a better cost in the future. Maybe it was rushed. I don't know.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. One of the issues we had a week to get it done. To get it
Exactly,
out.
exactly. But I think this kind of thing, and in even coming up with mechanism, we have addresses for everybody in the city. I know that there can be mail drops with mail merges, labels can be generated, all stuff sent. Anyway, I think it was very good. And I want to say, if you don't have one of these, you come to the city. There's a stack of them on the window over here on the revenue side, so you can get that. Yeah, you can have mine. Also, what I was thinking to try to move these meetings along a little better, I'm just thinking outside the box here. Maybe we set a 15-minute clock on each topic and see where it goes, and see if that might help move these meetings along a little faster, because they've been marathons, as you guys know.
Partially your fault.
Yes, I know. It's all my fault.
How many items do you have on your list, Dave? Maybe we need to cut your items
Hey.
down to a mere 6.
Well, you know, I probably have spent about 12 hours going through this binder.
As we all have, agreed.
As we all have, exactly. But
Part
we
of the
have
job.
issues that we have to address, and you know, we signed up for the full gambit, right?
Mhm.
In going through my review, I noticed that the mics are still terrible. And I believe it's fact that I sit here and that mic's over there. If that mic was here between us, it might have a better chance of picking up my voice. Don't know. Yeah, you got a cold or something. Anyway, I'm wondering if we could try moving the mics back closer. Don't know. I'll take a look, see how I'm hearing when I review this one. The other option would be, can we replace these mics if this isn't going to work with a boom mic? Now, I sat here through a meeting this afternoon, and there was an individual here, and I couldn't hear a word she said. And she was sitting back in her chair here, and I guess too far away from the mic. But bottom line is, I think we still have a problem there. We shouldn't be having this problem. This problem has been going on since I moved to the city almost 6 years ago. Okay. Next, the Citizens Request Portal. Great deployment. It's working now. Thank you, Sal, for getting that up and running so that when you click on it, you can actually see the repair orders in the system, and you can see what's going on there. And hopefully we'll get to the point where we can, generate a report. We can track time in the system and establish some kind of SLA so that we get a feel for if something gets entered, it's going to be worked on in 1 to 2 to 3 days, whatever. So it's something to work on. I spoke with Pasco County. The FEMA land that's adjacent to Olsner Park is on their June agenda to sign off on. So hopefully we'll have that property and we can do something with that, what the CAC was looking at doing there. And I see that the police boat was out in force. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think Carl mentioned that. My next question is, when's the new one going to be ready to rock and roll?
The lights are, most of the lights are in, and as soon as the other ones come in, we'll have the installer respond, and
So the lights are on and somebody's home.
the lights are in. They're in the captain's office. So we're waiting for 2 more sets of lights to come in, and then we'll have the installer put in. So we're hoping.
Do we have an ETA?
Shortly. No, we called today and still haven't got an answer back on that.
Okay. Can a local marina put them in, or like?
Well, most local marinas don't want to touch that type of work, so
Okay.
it's going to be an installer that does that type of work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Yep. Thanks. Pass over Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
I only have two things. First of all, we have the agenda for the people in the audience sitting right at the edge here, which we never had before. I think that was a great idea. So when you come in, if you would like to pick up an agenda,
It's not the full agenda, it's the
Right.
cover page that just lets you.
right, just let know what the items are. So at least it's a start. It's a great idea. It's right there.
Yep.
Great. Whoever thought of it, great idea. On Facebook today, there was a post from the police department regarding Officer Korchak, Officer Kaczynski, and Mr. Alexander this weekend, where one of our officers made a stop on I think it was a 4-year-old standing in the back seat, wasn't strapped in. They stopped them. They found out they were not able to purchase a car seat for the child. They contacted Walmart, they escorted them, and they got a car seat and made sure the child was secured in there. You were there, Mike, so I mean, you can probably speak to that. But great job to everybody. And I know you do it. These 2 gentlemen, 3 gentlemen did, everybody does it all the time. So great job to all of you. Thank you for keeping that baby safe, and good job.
Didn't see that one.
Yep,
Did it?
great job. Walmart also contributed, I should say.
Did they donate it?
They donated the car seat, correct? Yeah, they contacted the asset manager, who was Josh Wilson, and they did get it donated, but our officers obviously contacted them and made that happen. So
That's awesome.
that was a great job by you guys. So thank you again, and everybody. I know these 2 gentlemen, 3 gentlemen did this time, but it gets done all the time. They're doing things like this all the time. So great job, perfect. That's all
Thanks.
I had. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilwoman Sampson.
Yes, I have a couple items. So I believe that as a governing body, since we've received notice from multiple residents as to what they are most concerned about, I believe that we should kind of take Mr. Koppler's route with the sessions where we talked about what was best for the city. The city department heads did the same thing. I think that city council members, all of us, including the mayor, should make a list and prepare that so that we can address all of the citizens' concerns in a specific map, like with a goal in mind. I'd like to make a motion to have that started so that we all make a list of what we have heard from our constituents, what they've said are the most pressing matters like water, things like that, and then we separately work on those as soon as we possibly can as a whole body, as the governing body that we are. Because I think that there are a lot of things that even in the city, what the city manager put together, there were some things that maybe, we should work on a lot quicker, because I've seen on social media, I'm sure everybody has, a lot of citizens are concerned about specific things. So I think it would behoove us to maybe do another workshop where we make a more defined goal for the rest of the year or some kind of time frame where we can focus on those as an entire unit. I think that would be good for us to do.
So were you saying as we hear feedback individually, capture that and bring it together, or because when we get to me, I'm going to schedule the next town hall, which stuff comes out of that, and we normally capture that as well. You're specifically talking about individual conversations, and we capture that and bring it back.
Whatever we've discussed with citizens. I mean, I get calls, emails, all kinds of different things from citizens who don't come to town hall, who have issues that they would like to be brought before council, that they feel are very pertinent to their well-being, their safety, etc. And I think that we as council should make a list of the things that we've heard that aren't present, people who aren't present at town hall, so that we can work together on doing what they want, because we were elected here by those constituents and they're voicing their concerns, not always here at town hall.
Well, that's what we do when we have our comments. That's what I've been doing.
Yes.
During our comments section, and we don't make the agenda. Mr. Koppler makes the agenda. So, and then we make the decision whether we ask him to do it. He has the ultimate decision to say yes or no to put it on the agenda. So I think that's what we are doing. At least that's what I'm doing. If somebody brings something to me, then I bring it in my comments, as you all know. I bring it to my comments, and then we move forward. So we are doing that in an indirect way, I think.
Would you like to see maybe, and maybe this is a thought on the website or something, have a portal where people can put in suggestions or whatever and formulate it there, maybe? So, because also the same thing, as stuff comes to me, I should bring my comments, as Linda does, everybody else does. But it sounds like you want something more visible.
And direct, yes.
Or do we capture through our commentary those items that we think we need further discussion on, and then have a breakout time even at a subsequent meeting or that meeting, and kind of go over there and just maybe start capturing a list of those things, so we got them place marked and can come back to them at a future point.
Potentially. I also think that we should maybe work on extra workshops. I feel like, I know that the city manager already has those, but I'm talking the city council members, that we do more to address all of the issues as a whole.
What do you think? We have a workshop out on the island, Captain Bob?
Yeah, it'd be nice. Sounds like work to
It's
me,
just
though.
thought.
I think we need to address. Workshops are great, but we cannot continue to add workshops on. We need to. I understand what you're saying, but it's just a lot. We've got all these meetings that we put on for the comprehensive land, and I mean all these meetings to add additional work. We've got two additional workshops coming up. I just think we cannot continue. We can't workshop ourselves to death. We have to address stuff in council, and I think we can hash out what people say to you, bring it to city council, and then we can discuss it. I mean, just because one person says it doesn't mean it's appropriate to continue forward. Do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's our job, is to weed that stuff out. And I just think we need to bring it here first. I think this is the first stop to do that, instead of having another meeting to weed that out. That's what this council meeting is for. That's what I think. It's a great idea, because I do it when people contact me. I do bring stuff forward, as you've all seen. So
Perfect example: speed bumps. Somebody said something about speed bumps on Old Post. We talked about it. We went and looked. They'd come up with a solution to put this sign that captures data both directions, and we move forward with it. Perfect example. And we're actually doing that as just part of the meeting.
Yeah. I mean,
but I think we need to make sure that we capture these items that we need to follow up on. They just don't drop off.
yeah, no, I think that's
That's
key
the
to what
key.
you're getting at is, I think we have all the information coming at us, like, as I listen to public comment, even here, in the town halls, I'll jot that down, and a lot of times I'll go back after 4 or 5 meetings and I'll see if anything on there that hasn't been addressed or whatever. Maybe we put something together more formal, that we capture that somewhere, parking lot or something on the website, or where we got that. And as we do old business, we can go back and look and see if there's some things on there we need to address to kind of keep things moving, keep them captured so that they don't fall off the list like that.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be helpful? Is there something, Sal, is there something on the website or with our tools that we have that we could capture issues like that? Or any ideas that you have that we could?
I'd have to discuss it with Matt and see what.
Because I know he makes notes as well.
I mean, what kind of ideas that we can come up with, or it's not that, it's like the citizen request portal. I mean, if anyone wants to start requesting certain items, they can do that.
Right.
We can create those work orders and move forward. That's what old business is pretty much for as well. We have old business established, and items do come up on old business and they fall off. the waterfront park benches. That was an item. They were installed. They fell off. The light pole on the corner of Bay and Wilkins. It was an item. It got installed. It comes off. So as we have these items, and if there's specific items that council has a consensus that we want to move forward, that's what that's for. That old business are those items that we can't just do an agenda and knock it out because it's not like an ordinance or a resolution that we pass, but it's something that has to be worked on. The speed humps, we actively have the survey. I mean, we're going to be discussing it tonight. We actually, we have the survey in motion. We've been getting quotes on speed humps. If that's a 51% favor, if council wants to move forward with it, we move forward with it. So, I mean, if there's specific items that council agrees to, wants to be part of that, that's what we'll put on. If we want to create, I can create anything on the website to ask citizens and to submit, emails to myself, to the city clerk, to the city manager. If they have specific things that they want to come up, we can do that as well.
On your work order thing we just released or whatever, I haven't seen it. I haven't used it yet, so I'm not sure what all's there. But is there like categories where you would?
Oh, there's a whole list.
So I wonder if maybe we just add a category to wish list or something like that, and then as you get things, you can put them in yourself or direct that resident to go out there and say, put this in here, and that way we can constantly go back and pull all those things and see if there's anything that we need to address that we haven't addressed yet or talk about certain things. It seems like the gap is that we do a pretty good job of the stuff that we do talk about, but it's the stuff that maybe doesn't get talked about. Would it help solve what you're?
No.
Well, can I may ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
It might help. I gathered early on in your comments you were talking about kind of large, very intensive projects. And when we talk, you talk about the water lines and the water plants and stormwater and all this. Is that what you're referring to, or
Yes.
are you?
I'm not referring to individual, like, oh, I need a speed hump or a mural or anything like that. I'm talking about the major issues that the citizens are concerned about, that you see all over social media, that we all get emails about, that we talk about all the time here. What do you all think are
Infrastructure would be.
Yeah.
That needs to be addressed here in city council, not in a
Yes.
workshop. We need to start that here, that discussion. Those major things are for council. And then if we need to pare down, dive down deeper, hash it out amongst ourselves, the details of what we want, that would then go to the workshop.
Yes.
But like, if you want to put like the water plant on there, then that's what we discuss here. We say, Mr. Copeland, put it on the agenda next time, and he agrees or not agrees, and we move forward. Like, what are we doing for the grant? Like that grant, that's how that's all appropriate. So I agree with that. And that needs to stay in council. So I agree with that.
And I know Matt's we may not be talking about tonight or next meeting or whatever. There's things that are coming that he's got on a list, infrastructure, all these things, how we pay for it, all these different things that will come for us to discuss. He's working. Is there something specific that you feel like that's not on the radar?
No.
She just wants follow through.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking where you were going, and the missing piece of all of this from your perspective is that you may talk about it. So, for instance, we talked about the water treatment plant and the grant, right? And you talked about it then. We're probably going to be coming back, hopefully, either with an RFQ to get a consultant on board to do the next step, or it's going to be when we actually get placed on the list, if we get placed on the list, which will be August. So from your perspective, we talked about it in March, and then we're not going to talk about it again possibly until August. And again, from your point of view and the residents' point of view, what's going on? There's nothing going on. So maybe really what we're talking about is a way to, on a regular basis, keep you up to date on what's going on. So, for instance, the city attorney and we have a task list that goes through everything that we're supposed to be doing. Now, there's some things we just can't get off there for some reason. But every week we meet, we talk, where we stand, what is the priority, what needs to be done. Because again, I think in some of our conversations, one of the concerns is the priorities. And it's a concern I have, and staff has as well, because at times we get thrown a lot of different directions, and keeping the, we still require ourselves to keep an eye on the big things we need to get done, even though we're doing a lot of different things. So I think what I heard you saying is, give me a way to keep track of what's going on, so I know something's going on.
And so the citizens do. Because
Exactly.
the number one question that I get is the water situation. What's the update? What's this? And I feel like we as a whole council and the manager, that we should be making those large items a priority, just to at least touch on, even if it's just 30 seconds.
Would it maybe be beneficial to create maybe a dashboard of larger projects, like
project tracking,
where they would go out on a
Well, it sounds like
website?
they have that already.
Yeah,
It
sure
sounds
they
like
do.
Matt has that already.
Just
in
to just
place.
expose it to the public,
Right.
basically, and they kind of see at any point, well, they're looking at budgetary options, or they're short status updates on each one of those on a website somewhere to kind of let people know that, hey, it's there. So obviously things take time. Would that help solve for some of that? Probably.
Something that at least we can update.
Some of no business like we see, but they go out and see major projects that we're looking at addressing. Yeah. So, by consensus, is that something staff go ahead and do?
That makes sense.
Create a kind of dashboard, old business dashboard, or current focus dashboard.
project fund, project tracking.
Yeah, project tracking.
If you need some help, I can do that.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. I just had two quick things. When we got notice that our finance director, Rachel Goslin, is leaving us, I wanted to thank you for the service you've provided the city. I heard during the audit process all good things. It was a joy to work with, and I just appreciate that and wish you well in your future endeavors. That being said, I don't know if our proclamation process, if we could maybe put something together for Rachel before she leaves.
When's the last day?
And when's your last day? 12.
June 12th.
Okay, so yeah, we got another meeting before then. So yeah, appreciate that. And then the last thing I have is it's time for the town hall for June, and so I wanted to get that scheduled. Obviously, our Tuesdays are taken up the entire month with council meetings and workshops, so I would suggest maybe Thursdays, either the 6th, 13th, 20th, or 27th, and then Monday's also another option, 10th, 17th, and 24th. Any of those dates?
I'm out of town till the 7th of June. I wouldn't be available on the 7th. The whole week.
Okay, so
13th,
13th.
I can do the 20th.
20th, my anniversary.
Yeah, and I know there's.
Bring your wife. Make her a
37
cupcake.
years.
Yeah, bring her here. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm available the 20th.
And the 20th doesn't work for you, Dave? You say?
20th probably doesn't work for me.
What about
I think I need to prioritize that one.
Yeah, I'd agree.
27th, 13th,
And the only problem with pushing out later June
17th.
is, as I know we've 17th. Oh, Monday the 17th.
Yeah.
The 10th. Are you available Monday the 10th?
Yeah. I come back into town on the 7th. I'm not going to come here that night.
I can do the 10th.
10th.
I agree with 17th is good, like he said too. I mean, I don't know.
That's fine. Monday 17th.
17th is good.
The 17th good with you?
Everybody good on the 17th?
That's Monday the 17th. All right, let's set that 17th, Monday, 6 o'clock. So if you guys could advertise that, Monday 17th for town hall. Yeah, I know there's a lot of stuff going on, and so this would probably be a good town hall that if we get a lot of people in here to find out what's going on and ask questions, and because I know there's actually a lot of information going around that may or may not be accurate, so it'd be good to provide that opportunity to have an open conversation. That's all I have. Next up, comments from boards, committees. Anything from
We
CAC?
haven't met, so no.
Okay. Pat, I had you signed up. Did you have something? Can you carry her up there, Danny?
I'm slow, but I'll get there. Yeah, I've been away from communication for a couple weeks, and I understand we're going to have a Board of Adjustment special meeting.
I'm still waiting on confirmation on the attendance of members, but yes, it would be an organizational meeting.
Okay, and like early afternoon, so that you guys don't have to work late.
I'd put out time at 4 p.m. would be okay. I'm just waiting on responses from members.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Anyone else, boards, committees? Moving right along to our consent agenda for motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda. You have a question?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
a question. I'm noticing from Newport Richie, the bill for sewer back as far as January, February, and March, almost $87,000 worth of stuff. Are they just late in billing us, or?
We always have to ask for them, and they always send us like 3 months at a time, and it's always back. So
Well, maybe what we ought to do is wait and see how long it takes, and we could use the float on the money.
no, I mean, unfortunately, you want to pay it out of this current fiscal year.
That's true.
I have a different fiscal year, so we want to make sure we get those.
But we
invoices.
have something called an accrual, so we can always accrue it.
Right, but we close the books at the end of October, so you want to make sure you get them all in there in time. You know.
On that, I did notice that there were 7, 3 for limit, or 4 for limit, and 3 for Broadway. Any reason why they didn't get the other Broadway at the same time?
Yeah.
We're missing the April for Broadway.
Yeah, we just get what they send to us. Sadly, it's. I don't know if they're backed up or if they don't have sufficient staff. I don't know why it's always an issue, but ever since I've started here, it's been an issue.
The sewer's backed up. But if there were 4 months and we missed it for Broadway, the one, I'm wondering, probably should have let them know that, hey, you're missing Broadway as well for April, right?
Yeah, I mean, we try to stay on top of them, but like I said, so much. We're waiting. You know, that's all.
That's why she's leaving us. She's tired of waiting on these bills.
I know.
Richie.
Okay, yeah,
So I got a motion for approval.
I second that.
Motion second. Further discussion? Would the public like to comment? See no hands, I put the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we have a public hearing. Second reading of item number 3, second reading of ordinance number 24-701, amending Article 4, Chapter 24, Section 24-180 and Section 24-181 of the Port Richey Code of Ordinances, modifying the maximum number of Historical Preservation Commission members and what constitutes a quorum. I'll pass that to Ms. Meyer for the reading.
Thank you. Ordinance number 24-701, an ordinance of the City of Port Richey, Florida, amending Article 4, Chapter 24, Section 24-180 and Section 24-181 of the Port Richey Code of Ordinances, modifying the maximum number of Historical Preservation Commission members and what constitutes a quorum on the Historical Preservation Commission, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Do you have anything to add to that? I'll open a public hearing. Anybody like to speak on the ordinance? I have no sign-ups. Seeing none, I close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Motion and or discussion.
Motion to approve ordinance number 24-701 and 24-181.
Motion second.
I have a motion second for discussion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, council business, item number 4, coastal resiliency and restoration presentation by Port Authority Board. I'll invite Mr. Roth for his presentation. Did you have something to introduce him, or?
Not at all. You did a great job.
Okay. Take it away, Carl. Will you?
Oh, okay, good. Carl Roth, 8031 Island Drive. Tonight I'm here on behalf of the Port Authority Board. We were asked to do a reprise roll of the presentation that we did in 2020. At that time, we were asked by the City Council to take a look at our dredging process and try to figure out what was the best way to get funding for that and what was the take on the community about that dredging process. So we did that at that time. We spoke with a number of local, county, state, and federal agencies to develop our response to the council. We talked to SwiftMud, Army Corps of Engineers, DEP, Pasco County, Newport Richey, U.S. Geological Service to get whatever information we can and whatever learnings we could from those entities. What we learned was that dredging is really just one dimension of things. There's only a limited amount of funding that's available, looking at it from that regard. However, if we look at, there's two more buckets that are available if we look at it differently. One with restoration as a broader, a bigger bucket, better support from the community, and also resiliency. That's really the largest bucket, has the most potential to get funding instead of looking at it just in one dimension. So those are the three main buckets that we took a look at. The other thing that we learned, because all of us on the board are business people, there didn't seem to really be a good economic driver for a lot of the things that we do. And we thought we had to bring that forward on any recommendations we made. So in our conversations at the different levels, not only the cities, but the county and the state level, there was no unified, cohesive strategy on how to effectively leverage Pasco's county's coastal and estuary resources. So for example, what I mean, if you go to a park, you see what that park has to offer, but you have no information on a broader scale if there's other parks, other resources, trails or whatnot to really draw people in time and time and time again. And that was a fundamental flaw that we saw in anything that was done, because in government, we look at, oh, have this task, let's spend the money, let's get that taken care of. But what we really believe is there's got to be a partnership, cooperative approach with our businesses to really make this economically viable. One other thing, this is just my introduction here, but as we go through, if you have any questions, please just flag me down so I can address them as we go. I think it'll make it better for you guys. Also, what we learned is that we needed to package what we went forward. Just looking at dredging, just looking at stormwater, just looking at whatever it happened to be really didn't cut the bacon if we really wanted the big money. We had to package what we wanted to do, and we had no clear vision. And that's what we believe we really need to get to, is have a clear vision of what we see as a council, as a community, what's important to us. So that is the foundational element. So this packaging here provides us access to funding and resources, because we need both. We only have so much bench strength here. Also, what we did was we flavored it differently. We call it coastal and estuary restoration and resiliency. Dredging could be a component, but basically what we suggested is dredging is not the message from anyone in leadership, because it's a non-starter in many places that you go to. So that's where the packaging comes in to say, what do you really want? Dredging could be a component, maybe, maybe not, depending on what you decide to do. So that's the important element here. But those are the restoration and resiliency are the catchwords that we really need to start using going forward. So tonight, what we're going to be asking you for is a resolution on moving forward, because we've gone through, this will be the 5th hurricane season coming up, and I'll get into a few more details. But we really haven't elected to do anything at this time to move forward. So with that, let's see if I can get this right. This goes back to the economic issues here. These are all things that are a community, the lower Cody River and the upper right there. But these are untapped resources, and we really think that this economic driver is critically important. I've had conversations with the economic head of Pasco County. They cannot even articulate what that means for our coastal and estuary waters. And the amount of revenue that's generated around Florida is huge. It's in the multi-billions of dollars, all from our coastal element, and we're not even tapping into it here locally. So that's a huge opportunity for us. Also, there's not really a tight partnership with our businesses. Our businesses work, they slog along trying to get their business going, but there's no multiplier effect, there's no team effect, and we really believe if we look at this differently, we can really get an engine going here in the heart of the Cody River in Port Richey to really drive more revenue. And we really think it's a lost opportunity we really haven't capitalized historically. So, packaging the initiative, making it economically beneficial, and where it benefits the entire community. Those were our bellwethers, because we'd always heard, you're on the water, I'm on the land, I don't care. But there's a common thread here that I'll get into in a minute, but that was our main driver as we started this initiative. So, there's been significant changes since we started going after the permits in 2005. Only 20 years. So small communities like Crystal River, Juno Beach, and Ponce have obtained significant funding through their restoration efforts, and we're small too. And so if these small guys can do it, we believe that we're capable as well. One that we came across was Crystal River. Their restoration efforts as far as seagrass, which is something that we've talked about here, and also at the federal level, they've received approximately $20 million from state, local, and private institutions to do their project. So significantly bigger. They have a different mechanism. Their mechanism is through a nonprofit. How we go after this is another question that we have to figure out. What's the best way? And we have some suggestions on that since we've had time to noodle on it. Also, our stormwater system is 40 to 90 years old, depending on when it was developed. And that directly dumps into the waterways. Bear in mind, modern stormwater standards have only been around since the 80s. So we predate that to a degree. And in our work effort, what we found is those modern standards are not really being viewed as being as effective as they had hoped for them to be. So in the last 5 years or so, the scientists at DEP and others are saying, hey, we may need to take a look at this in a different way. So we view that as another opportunity for us because we're so far back. How do we leapfrog and move forward? So just keep that in your hip pocket. Also, the community rating system. This is where your flood insurance come in. And since we're in a flood community, this impacts everyone. And this was the common thread that we thought was really important. Because instead of if you're not on the river or you're on the river or you're on the bayou, it impacts all of us. So at the time, we were really below average as far as that goes. The average is 25% discount. Pasco County's has just moved up from a 6 to a 5. Ours is still at a 7. I don't know why we can't be to a 4 or a 3 and really set the basis here going forward. But whether you sit in a park over here or a subdivision over there, if you need flood insurance, that translates, if we just got to a 5, that's a 10% discount. So if you have a $6,000 bill, you've just dropped that $600 for a year. And in no time, that translates to serious dollars. So that's how we believed we could engage the whole community if we have the vision that we think is important for all of us. Also, one of the things here, talking to some folks in the banking community, bond credit agencies are giving more consideration to community infrastructure exposure and susceptibility due to weather and climatic things. That's really important because if the chiefs need something and their payback is going to be 20 years or 30 years on something, the bank is going to look at it and say, you guys aren't doing anything else in the community here to protect that investment. I don't know if I'm going to get paid. So from a council standpoint, we need to take a look at what we're doing to protect the investment and our fiduciary responsibilities for our community. Because the banking area is looking at that. And then, heaven forbid, we have some event and we haven't done things and we're going to go out and a business needs an investment. As a private individual, we need an investment. If the financial community says, hey, I can't give you that at 5%, I got to give you at 9.5%, that's a big difference out of what our pocket is. So that's another key component here that's a significant economic impact. Lastly, from an adaptive investment standpoint, if we spend money early on things for adaptation or resiliency, there's a big multiplier in that. So what the government has said through their investigation, there's a 6 times multiplier. So if we spend $1 today, that saves $6 tomorrow because I didn't have to address that. On resiliency, on adaptation and mitigation, if I spend $1 today, that saves me $4. Well, we're just working on our comprehensive plan at this stage. That falls under the whole adaptation and mitigation area. So if we do things there, that has a big impact from a dollar and cent standpoint for the long term. If we can be more nimble in our recovery, faster in recovery, that's going to help everyone in the long term because we can be operational in short order. So just want to take a step back, make sure everybody's on the same page here. This is obviously Port Richey. We have the river. We have about 2 miles in the city, a little less than, and it goes past the bridge there below Moonlight Bayou. We have Miller's Bayou there, the large water body in the community, goes around Bay Boulevard. The river is about 27 miles long, of which we have about 2. Watershed's about 200 square miles. And one of the things that we believed was that everyone talks about the coast. But we thought, given that we're on the Cody, bringing in the estuary too as part of our conversation, we have a different package that we can sell elsewhere. So we're addressing 2 different things because county is all upstream of us. And you know the developments that are going in, well, guess who's downstream from that? So we believe if we can package these things together, we can get more out of the county to address the past sins that are there, i.e. stormwater being dumped in the canals and shoaling them in. But also, how do we correct things forward going over the long term? Some other things, we were established in 1884. We were incorporated in 25 because we didn't want Newport Richey to get ahead of us. We're only about 2.25 square miles. Population's a little over 3,000. Housing units are almost 2. So just some general information to kind of set context as we go around the horn. A couple other things that you may not be aware of: waterfront property ownership. There in the column to the second from the right, that gives you the total miles of property that's residential, about 8.25, commercial, a little over 1, park and city, about 2/3, and protected, which is really Audubon, about 3/4. The numbers on the right are the federal channel, so what percentage of that is on the federal channel? The reason why we think that's an important hip pocket item, if you're talking to any of our congressmen or representatives from on far, the federal channel is what they care for. And so what we want to do is tap into these resources when the timing's right. So for example, we talked to Army Corps extensively about our channel going out, which they maintained, and what we asked about, since especially now it's more important, but we're part of the whole seagrass protected area here along the coast. So we asked them about, hey, what if we over dredge our channel and we plant seagrass in it to stabilize it for the long term? We'll never have to dredge again. So trying innovative things, suggesting innovative things, and at the federal level, in our conversations, they were very receptive to that. So we wanted to take advantage of those things. We were just Yes, sir.
And if I could, because the timing is always important. Right?
Sure.
So I recently met with representatives from Gus Bilrakis' office, and there's a lot of good things came out of it. One of the things that they suggested is that the chairman of the committee that oversees the Army Corps has a good relationship with Gus Bilrakis, and they're interested in looking at projects. So.
Knock, knock.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a number of factors that kind of go in here. We're at the end of the protected intercoastal waterway, being here at Tarpon Springs. It's offshore after that. Commercial traffic is measured north and south of here. It's higher north. In that case, we could be part of the north versus the south. So again, more funding available depending on to the pots we go after here. So using everything that we can to get as much as we can is where we think we need to go. And the bottom item there, just there's 900 parcels that provide about 60% of the city ad valorem tax revenue. So it's a big nut. Moving on, I think everybody's aware that we're in a flood zone, that we're in a special flood hazard area, and that means that we need to have extra special care on things. That means there's a 1% chance of a 100-year flood in any given year. And as you can see those colors, that's indicative of that, and something that we need to be sensitive to. What you may not be aware of is how Port Richey grew. And what we did here was look at aerial information and development information to provide some context. You can see south of the river, which is probably where we have most of our flooding problems. That was developed in the mid-20s during the heyday here in Florida. And then it extends up into the 90s and 2000s as you go out to Harbor Point and elsewhere. But those measurements there next to that are our best guess on how much the sea level has risen since that development started. And this was at an average rate. There's a whole bunch of things, I won't get into that right now, but you can see 8.5 inches on the south side of the river to other areas as much as 5 inches. And if you build stormwater or water systems or sewer systems at that time, that's all impacted by the rising waters. Also, what's happening is sea level rise is increasing at a faster rate than it was. So basically over the last 20 years, so up until 2020, rates were going twice as much as they were in the entire 20th century. And they're projecting to go at an accelerated rate now. And recognize since this information was prepared, we're already 4 years down the next 20-year cycle, and we were projecting another 8.5 inches, and then in the next 20 years, another 10 inches. And that would make a number of things potentially untenable if we were not to do anything about it. So you may see it in the roads. I imagine if we talk to our utility folks in our sewer and water systems, that uplift and cycling of the water table has a negative impact on those resources. And I live down towards Harbor Isles. If you look at Bay Boulevard, there's a number of areas of the road that are susceptible to that. The other thing that we learned is that flood insurance does not cover that type of loss. So if your foundation is being lifted and dropped over time and you get cracks in walls and stuff, flood insurance doesn't cover that as a risk. If you had sinkhole insurance, that might be covered, but for most people, they're thinking they're covered in flood insurance, but they may not be for this thing having to do with the uplift and seawater rise. So what's changed? Sea levels are rising at an accelerated rate, which I just mentioned. The other thing that we're seeing here, and I'll come to this a little more in a second, is greater storm surge and flooding impacts from tropical cyclones and winter storms. Anybody who's been here for a while, the biggest storm surge has always been the no-name storm of '93. And that's a winter storm. Most people think I have a hurricane, that's going to be a terrible thing, but we've fortunately been fairly lucky on that front. The other thing that's happening here is that weather forecasters are seeing a higher probability of more unique and severe storms. We heard from the city manager talking about what they're expecting for this hurricane season. But these water events, Harvey in Houston, 40 inches, Pensacola, 15.5 inches, Ian in Sarasota County, 19 inches. Those are far beyond what we're designed for from a stormwater standpoint, even contemporary standards. Everything would be inundated from that standpoint. The county and all the developments gone on interior-wise has never experienced anything like that. So guess who's downstream from that? So we believe that we need to be doing something or consider these things on any path as we walk forward. So what we did here is that if you look at high water, the green there is areas that have been inundated. It's harder to see on black and white. I don't know if you have black and white or color. But this is a high water event here. It does not consider rainfall impact. So if you have stormwater coming down, the river's higher because of stormwater. everything's dumped into there. That's not shown here, but this basically brings it up to the seawalls, if you will. If we move on, these are winter cold fronts, and we just so happened in December 11th, we had an event, and then December 16th. Now, you may not remember this December 11th event because there was no notification from the weather authorities on that event. I don't think our law enforcement and first responders had any notice. Because they got burned, we heard about the 16th event. So we had notice on that. So one of the biases, if we take a look at a 3-foot storm surge, what this does is it prevents our first responders from responding to any emergency situations for a period of time. Whether it's the crucial time or not, can't say. But from our standpoint, this is an issue that needs to be cared for if that's important to us as a community. Next, Hurricane Idalia last fall. Guessing this was about a 5 or 6 foot surge, covered a number of areas. I know my neighborhood had a number of issues in Harbor Isles, but this is what the systems say that 5 foot would do, and you can see where our city is impacted. And then if you go on to the no-name storm and take a look at a 9 foot, and somewhere 8 to 9 feet is what best estimates of what occurred. I think this is fairly representative because City Hall was there by Walmart and it was inundated at that time. But you can see something like that would be catastrophic for us if that occurred again. So there are tools that the state makes available to us so we can take a look and play what-if games with this information. So what do we do? Number of people over the years, I have conversations all the time. There is a litany of building blocks that we can play with, and depending on how you want to play. So what's potentially right for our city? One of the things, because I mentioned the first responders, and I've had conversations with SwiftMud, the backflow preventers are something I think would be high value, fast return, because it buys us about 18 to 24 inches more freeboard. So at least for some period of time, they could respond to a situation in any of the low-lying areas if we were able to do that. People have talked about seagrass. We talked about the sea and shoreline, what Crystal River's doing. Because we're going through the comprehensive plan, building and development codes is a key area. What are you going to allow to be built here, there, or somewhere else? And what is it going to look like? Because what you don't want to have is impacting your floodplain, because we're in the special flood hazard area. You want to make sure runoff doesn't adversely affect your neighbors. I just was at the county workshop a couple of weeks ago, and the one thing that they talked about consistently was Mr. Hoover built his place right next to mine, and he put it up there, and all I do is have flooding every other day. So it pits neighbor against neighbor if we collectively don't do the right thing. So I would encourage us to think about that. People talk about barrier islands, oyster beds. I don't know what the right answer is. There's a wide tool set that people talk about. So these are some of the potential options for us to consider. So the question for the council in the city is, what do you want? What's important to you? So what we thought was a safe personal environment, conducive to outdoor living. I've heard that over the years. Access to green space and nature. Safe home and shelter, something I find important. Economical cost of living. Ready access to first responders when we have a need. High value, low cost community investments. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not have dollars to spend hand over foot. We need to be make sure that I'm getting a lot of value for the dollars that I spend. And then an option to age in place. I mean, I'd like to think that another 20 years or 40 years or whatever the heck it happens to be, I can still be here and not have to be having my waders, all the way up to my armpits in order to get out. So what are those fundamentals that are important to you? So I ask you to think about that. So In any event, as you go forward, we're always looking for guidance from the leadership, commission, whatever it happens to be. I'm not sure where the path is going to take us, but we need to have some fundamental guides on what's important. So when Mr. Koppler has to make a decision, or he's in negotiation with Congressman Bilirakis, this is important, I can make that call. And I can come back and talk to you and say, this is what I did, because I had some boundaries to play in. So, as a starting point, we wanted to seek solutions that contribute to the well-being of the community. We want a solution that enhances living conditions for the socially and economically disadvantaged, because there's a broad mix. I didn't go into all the details on the demographics. We seek solutions to ensure city infrastructure, basic service, public safety, and utilities are available for all but extreme events. We can't protect for everything. We need to be practical. So let's figure out what that is. I can't get the chief a vehicle from the Everglades that he can be driving through 10 feet of water. 3 feet maybe, but 10 feet maybe not. We seek solutions to restore the environment to provide optimal habitat for fisheries, flyways, flora, and fauna. We're on a major flyway here. We have Audubon at the mouth of the river. We want to pull them in and work with them to get the solutions that we can go after. And that's a key component here, because the biggest dollars that have been spent in this country to date are from the conservation organizations in Louisiana and Texas. Nothing like that has ever been spent from an infrastructure standpoint anywhere in the U.S. And I don't know outside of the the Middle East, because they've built stuff out of the blue, might be a little different. We seek solutions to provide some level of resiliency to the community. We seek solutions that feed into or are fed from other activities to obtain economies of scale and efficiency. So I don't want to just say, I got this solution for you, let's go do that. If it doesn't tie into something that Mr. Koppler wants to do, or the fire chief wants to do, it may not fit what's important to Port Richey. That kind of stuff we need to understand. So, whoa, what happened? Did I mess up? I went to sleep. I said everybody sleep. I'm sorry. So, let's see, where am I? Oh, too far, Carl. So, what we wanted you to consider was a different philosophy of how to move forward. We've always thought about, I've got this, I've got to make it happen because this is within my capabilities. But given our small size, frankly, not a great history here as viewed outside, a coastal location with an estuary, we want to consider using Port Richey as a model for vetting more comprehensive restoration and resiliency concepts before applying them on a larger scale. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is that if you go to Clearwater or St. Petersburg or Tampa, they'll be doing one thing. And that one thing, they'll go and say, you know, that worked pretty well, or it fell off the radar, the program here a little bit, but some things worked good. But for a Tampa or a Clearwater or a St. Petersburg, that's a lot of dollars to do that. Somebody else will do a different project, something completely different. And they'll say, oh, that didn't work too bad either, okay? Well, maybe I should go do that too. So our suggestion here is if we can buy in, use Port Richey as a model to bring as many things as possible together to give us the restorative and resiliency capabilities out there. We can show that to the state, the feds, or whomever. If you layer these things on, look what works, look what doesn't work, but you didn't spend a gazillion dollars to do it because we're so much smaller, and you're testing it on a river, you're testing it on the coast, you're seeing how the package works cohesively. So we believe because things are moving so quickly, this might be viable for them to buy into, because I don't have 10 years to see how it plays out. I don't have 15 years. The whole game's going to change in that period of time. So we've got to be smart on how we do that. So what we believe is that This will give us larger funding capabilities if we package this together and do the things that we talked about and become an early adopter, a proof of concept, a showcase for the county, state, and federal entities on what could be done comprehensively in a community and have some tangible results that show sooner versus later. So big change for us in how we've thought about things in the past. Okay. So we believe from Port Authority standpoint that we're at a critical juncture. Of course, we thought we were at a critical juncture 4 years ago too. But in order to ensure our longevity, we have to make a change. We have to do something different. We have to take action. The easiest thing, frankly, for you to do is do nothing. I mean, Matt will continue to bring stuff here. The folks in the community will keep bringing things up. We'll have a budget year to go through, and things will go on happy until it won't. And I don't want you to be surprised. But at some point in time, the community won't be livable, and people will be moving out and will decline. And I don't think that's the way most of us want it. So what we're recommending is the state with NOAA has developed an adaptation planning process that we think will at least get us started. It'll help us address the questions that are out there. And this is basic framework here in order to do that. The state's offered us tools to use. Frankly, think it's something that we could potentially do in-house. I think we can get the entire city on board because it impacts everybody. And I think it's a great thing for the city because we all learn together through the process and help one another out and really get some strong teamwork and cohesion to go forward. So this is the process. I'm thinking with a dedicated process, we can probably do this in about 90 days. With going through it maybe a little longer as far as the startup. But this is essentially a plan. We have more detailed plans, but getting a steering committee together, the guiding principles, I shared a framework, getting the community engaged in what do they want, what's important, what's viable, and then finally coming out on where can we get funding, what do we want to do, what's the best approach for us, because we have to decide that. So our recommendations basically are that City Council should talk about all efforts as far as restoration and resiliency. Dredging should be a bad word. If you want to call it 4 letters, that's fine, but it's not something we should be discussing. I've been to a number of county sessions, and I've seen the audience reaction in the community, and it's not anybody jumping up and down very extensively. The dredging permits that we had, I think we can reinvigorate if that becomes a piece of it, or if we get the right players on board. I think that'll be more of a slam dunk than we think. I believe we need to have, the challenge we've had is that as the Port Authority Board, we can't do anything. So we think if there's some guidance from the City Council, somebody's runs that course, and we get resources from the city, some of these things can materialize as well. So city manager, other staff to work with the PAB to develop our vision for restoration and resiliency. Utilizing the adaptation planning guidelines that the states and NOAA have provided, they're fairly extensive. It's we can do this. Basically, we found, so over the last 40 years, there's not good water quality information on the Cody River. It's very sporadic, but the city of Newport Richey, Pasco County, Swift Mud, DEP are all interested in doing something. We have no hard basis other than we know that there's mercury in fish in the lower part of the river that's ours. But everybody is interested in doing something. So that's another common thread that we could get started in a hurry. And then begin a community outreach strategy to build on the excitement, because when we talked about this before, to a letter, people in the community were interested in doing this. They were excited about the prospects. They were excited about the changes that it would bring to our community if we chose to walk this path. So with that, what I would like to request is a resolution that authorizes the city manager and staff to initiate an adaptive planning project evaluating all attributes in the city's purview for adapting to and improving resiliency to sea level rise and other climatic hazards. Council desires solutions and creative approaches for the short and long-term sustainability of the city. That's my nickel tour. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
I was, as I told you earlier, I was 5 years ago, had this similar presentation. I was impressed at that point, and I still am impressed. You obviously, this is a professional presentation. You did an absolutely fabulous job. I think you're focusing in the right direction, and I do not support us sitting around and doing nothing.
Great.
We need to take this and figure out where we need to go. So I thank you. This is a lot of hard work. You did it for absolutely nothing. You did it for the better of Port Richey.
Right.
So I want to thank you personally very much. You did a great job. So anything you need from me, I would be glad to help you.
Okay.
Comments?
No, I think it hit it on the park.
I got tons of questions, but
Anything you
I
want?
would be willing to work with the Port Authority. I'd like to do that.
Okay.
What specifically you mentioned a resolution? Is that something that we need to draft? I guess.
You're looking to form a steering committee, right?
This is a perfect example of a workshop.
Well, it'll be more than a workshop. In order to do the adaptive plan, there's legwork that has to be done. And I think there's an element of that. I know from the Port Authority resources, we're willing to contribute time to do that. I think, however, on some of those things that have to be done with other entities, the city staff needs an endorsement, if you will, from council that this is important to you. And to what level is that important? I'm not going to go say that I need X amount of dollars. I don't know what that is. I would, defer to Matt on those types of things. Mr. Koppler, I'm sorry. But those types of things I think are important because we can only do so much. I mean, I would engage the chiefs here because there's a number of things they've got experience on over the years that we can capitalize on this and make sure what's reasonable. When we started talking about restoration, one of the things we asked, what the heck did we restore to, right? Do I restore to 1900, 1800? No, Tampa Bay restored to 1950, and they were doing the happy dance, right? So what do I need to get to for a degree of reasonableness for our community? That's where we want to get to, and that's where we need, I think, anybody in this city could grow, develop, and learn through this process because it gets us at our core if we do it right.
This is a total different focus as opposed to just dredging. Dredging, as you said, this is much larger than that, and it's sustainable instead of just fixing it. This is fixing it for the future. That's how I see what you presented. This is fixing it now, but it's fixing it for the future. So I absolutely commend you. And again, great job.
I've had conversations with the county, and I get frustrated because we've been dumped on for 90 years of sludge in our canals that I can't get a boat into or whatnot, or it's contaminated. Not my problem. You guys dumped it on us. I can tell you where all the outfalls are. So let's work with them in a smart way. Let's be diplomatic about it, and let's get everybody's skin in the game to make it right and help our community in the long term.
Yeah. I'm 100% behind your efforts. Any tools that we can provide, happy to do so. Is there any objections to Carl getting the city manager and having him draft up a resolution, create a committee?
Is that the next step? Is it a resolution? Well, I mean, how do we go about this?
It depends on what you want to do. A resolution is essentially you stating your policy objective.
Okay.
This is what we want to do. Now, his perspective, he may not need a piece of paper to start those conversations.
Right, okay.
So it may not be necessary. So the resolution doesn't, unless, I'll say this, sometimes when you're working with other entities, they want something in writing saying, yes, we want this city to work with that. So there may be legal needs for a resolution.
Okay.
So it really would depend. It looks like I may have hit that nail because he's shaking his head. So
We've run down the path. I mean, we can only sow the seeds so far.
Mhm.
And I would say the Port Authority has sowed seeds about as far as we can, given our roles. We pretend we are a lot more than we really are. It's gotten us this far. But I think knowing that the 5 of you are committed to this and let the city manager and staff know this is important to you, then we accomplish something much greater. So when we have that next conversation with Mr. Bilirakis or the governor or whoever it happens to be, our council's behind this. We think this is important, and there's a sense of urgency associated with this that we never had before, and we want to be there, and we need your help to get there.
I think your focus in we're a small city, let's do it here and see how it works and then explode it up is really good focus because
to make a project scalable like
yeah, I mean, just think,
at a
what happens if
smaller-
it doesn't work? And so you do this big area, it doesn't work, you're really in trouble. But let's try it here in this small area. If it doesn't work, okay, well, they're out money, but not this much, they're only out this much. But if it does work, let's pick and choose what does work. I think it was a great philosophy, a great avenue to take.
It's a
really good.
It's a layering piece.
Yeah.
And with most everybody, because it's so big, it's a single layer. But I think given we're so small, if we can show how the multi-layers interwork in a short period of time, that's a major selling piece to anyone we talk to for the big bucks.
What would be the next step? I don't know who to ask, so I don't know.
and I was going to jump back in. I think,
Oh,
I
I'm
think
sorry.
and this may have already happened, so I may be not helping at all. But my thought was, it seems to me there's a consensus to yes, let's move forward with this.
Any objections?
Yeah, let's move forward with what everything he just said. Let's move forward with that. Tell that man to talk with that man. Have him.
Can you talk to him?
Talk to them.
Can I or did I?
I was gonna say, I'm
Yes.
sure you've spoken, but I don't know if now officially to them to get together to see what needs to be done next. If we need the resolution now, is it really not need for a resolution, but more let's figure out what the path
And
is.
that was my question. What, I mean, we can work on the resolution at the same.
That may
You
have
gotta raise your hand
already
higher.
happened.
We need to present this to the Pasco County Board of Commissions too. It would be a good idea to get results.
Eventually.
Right.
Maybe.
Timing is everything.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we draft a resolution that shows our support, and
Right.
at the same
I have
time
something to say.
create the committee
So
or steer committee.
I think having the resolution he suggests and actually making it one resolution, a resolution that creates that committee, and within it you lay out that charge not only to the committee but also to the city staff as well to make it a priority in a lot of the things that we do. I'm just I respect a lot of what he's done, and I wish I could employ him. Actually. and that's kind of one of the areas that you have to understand. There's been, I think, one of the reasons why we're still talking about it 5 years later is because these things are not free. Every time I tell a staff member to do something, we're spending money, and there's a lot of priorities. And I think you have to understand as we go forward that you are going to spend money. A lot of people will point to all of this great money that's out there that the federal government and the state government is giving. A lot of it is not coming free. A lot of it's coming with a match. And if you do a $10 million project, you're going to pay 10 to 20% of that, right? And so understanding that there is going to be expenditures to achieve ultimately this goal. But let me just give you the flip side. If you don't do anything, you're going to be spending millions upon millions and millions of dollars. And so you're really in this catch-22. And that's, I think, the commitment piece that really the Port Authority, Mr. Roth, is bringing forward is that you have to be the committed pig here and not the committed chicken. Chicken can give you, an egg for breakfast, where the pig can only give you bacon, right? And so it's life or death for the pig when he commits. And that's where we're at today, is you have to be committed to do what's necessary. And that could mean spending money. It could mean that there's some projects that you really want to do, you're not going to be able to do.
Do it in stages.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, we're not going to be able to do everything all at once.
What's the practicality and the benefits of making Port Richey a designated port, or Dakota River a designated port?
It's a challenge. We're too close to the Port of Tampa. Basically, that was all carved up in the 70s to all the major ports in the state. And there's a proximity to Port of Tampa that you would need heavy horsepower to get that changed. And it'd be a lot of resources and energies to, I'm not sure, the benefit.
Right. Well, it's not worth it.
Well, that's my opinion, having looked at it. We addressed it a number of years ago as the viability, and I've had questions even more currently about that. But that pot is too big, and they don't want to share. Port of Miami, Port of Jacksonville, Canaveral, we are not, I don't see the benefit. I think we have other channels to work, and I would go after those full throttle. I'd make sure the man there in the seat has your endorsement so he can go do things rather than I don't have. And I've had conversations with them on how we can get this done. And I think there are ways that we can skin this cat, at least the first step. Because until we do the first step, we don't even know where we're heading. I don't know what's important to you. I don't know what's important to you, to you guys. So we need to figure that out.
There's a lot of citizens there in the city it's important to, and I'm sure it's important to everybody here to a degree. It is. We have a lot of citizens here who have a lot of good ideas and a lot of knowledge in this area. We're very fortunate to have that. Can you get them working together on the same ideas and agree on a lot of things is more of a task, I think, than getting them together.
Well, one of the things that I think adaptation planning talks to is engaging the community.
Right.
Because we have a number of older people that may have time on their hands, it may be resources that we can tap fairly reasonably.
Right.
So if we buy lunch or something like that, we may be able to get by a little bit easier. It's bribery. That's all we need. But I think if we had the facilities to do things, so if there was when we used to do this back in the day, we'd have a dedicated space. You have a couple hours, go to that space.
We got more than that. I mean, we can do steaks, beer, and a boat. That helps.
So whatever those things are, and certainly Mr. Koppler and I can talk about that. We've had some preliminary conversations, but we can't do anything unless you guys see that as being important. And
I think we'll agree that it is important.
Yeah. You have our full support, and I apologize if your presentation fell on deaf ears 5 years ago. Should have been started then. But
Well, it wasn't ready then. I mean, he was ready, but the council wasn't ready. There were other issues that they were addressing.
Sure.
So as long as Mr. Koppler has what he needs from you guys, I think we can do things.
What you need?
Checkbook.
Wow, that's good, huh?
He didn't send me the slip on how much you wanted out of the first tranche, but we'll work on that.
Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. Coming in. Great job.
Yeah, I'm ready to work with you on anything. Just let me know.
Well, from this, we'll put together that resolution to develop the ad hoc committee, and with that, the charge based upon the elements that Mr. Roth put together for this, and we'll bring it back to the next meeting.
Thank you.
And then I had Alan Rose signed up. He's left, and he covered that in his general comments too. But obviously, a great resource. I think we should look at.
He knows where a lot of funding's at.
Yeah, he's willing to basically volunteer and help out, so it'd be a good resource as well. Anybody? I don't know if anybody else signed up. Anybody from the public like to speak on that? See no hands. I bring it back. Next up is item number 5, Forerunner software purchase. Pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
So, continuing on with the theme of dealing with future issues, But yet, before you, the building department seeks to purchase licensing for Forerunner software, which will enable the city to effectively manage floodplain management programs, monitor compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP, and streamline activities related to Community Rating System, CRS. Currently, the department manually collects, inputs, tracks, and stores all documents related to damage assessments. The software will serve as a valuable tool and resource for both residents and city staff, allowing citizens to access reports, elevation certificates, and repetitive loss data. Forerunner will facilitate damage assessment, data collection, and document storage, as well as report transmission to the Pasco County FDEM and FEMA. This will expedite the processing of claim information for grants during natural disasters. Just make money a little bit larger here. It's not very large on screen.
You had paper, you wouldn't have a problem.
Pardon me?
If you had paper, you wouldn't have a problem.
Well, no, it would be about the same problem. The use of the software will provide several benefits to the city and our residents. Among those will be enhanced FEMA community rating system. Yes, I know you have a very large monitor there.
Enough you need it.
Community rating system credits. And as was stated earlier, one of the ways that we as a city can work to help our residents reduce their costs for flood insurance is by doing things that both from a development perspective, but also from an organizational perspective, to get points, credits towards that. And again, in doing that, we lower the rates for our residents. Another area is improved disaster response. Forerunner will improve the city's ability to quickly transmit damage assessment information to Pasco County Department of Emergency Management and FEMA, which is crucial during natural disasters. Again, today, when we had that training session with the Emergency Management Department of the county, we actually talked about this. And one of the things that I think was maybe a shortcoming during our last, and I think our people did a great job, and I wasn't here, but I think they did a great job. However, getting information and a full scope of information in terms of the disaster that happened and getting that to the county to help them make the case will make it easier for us to be able to get reimbursement, but also easier for residents to get funding to restore what they once had before the storm happened. Another benefit, which I think is a very important part of this, is increasing efficiency and accuracy. The software will significantly enhance the efficiency and accuracy of the building department. Currently, much of the information is maintained in paper form or dispersed across different data sources. This product will consolidate all information related to floodplain management and repetitive loss into a single database. Staff will no longer need to search multiple locations for information when responding to requests from residents or businesses or when processing building permit applications. Additionally, residents will be able to access certain property-related information via the website without needing to interact with the staff. I think one of the goals that I always have whenever I go into the community is I want a 24/7 city hall. I want it so you can be home at 9 o'clock on a Saturday night and say, I want to do something, and you're able to do that with the city. The cost of the software is $14,400 for the first 2 years. The price then will increase by $10,000 annually from year 3 and every year after, as there will be ongoing updates to the software. Funding for the software license will come from the building department reserves. Over time, it's anticipated the funding is provided by general fund revenues. Right now, we do have a nice surplus within the building department revenues. It can only be used, or the reserves can only be used for building department related things. Again, because it improves the efficiency of the building department, it heightens the ability for residents to actually transact with the city without coming into the city 24/7. And some of the other areas that I talked about, obviously, it's something that I'm recommending that City Council allow us to go forward with. Real quick, we have a lot of different people here, and via the Zoom. I want to go to Mike real quick. if I could. Any comments or things I missed that you might want to follow up with?
Just, I thought I heard you say that it increases the third year by 10,000.
No, 10%.
It's 10%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I heard that too.
Because I was like, wait a minute. I saw Dave Mueller's hair start going up, so I was like, I want to make sure we're right.
Thank you. Speaking very quickly, let me just add that our staff has done a really good job in first, isolating that this product was something that was going to be very beneficial to the city and to the department, but also understanding the cost significance of a project like this. They worked very diligently not only to get the price down to $14.4 for 2 years, but locking it in for 2 years. Normally, they don't lock it in for 2 years. You're getting that 10% increase in year 2. Well, it's here it's year 3, but normally it's the second year is when that increase kicks in. So we have via Zoom. Yep. We have Owen, I believe,
Owen and Cole.
and Cole.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Hey, could you introduce yourself?
Yes, of course. My name is Owen McNeil. I am an account executive here at Forerunner. I've been with the company for about 2 years, and I've had the pleasure of working with Veronica and Mike over the past couple of weeks since meeting at the FFMA conference. I'll let Con introduce himself, and then I do have a little presentation to kind of give you guys a taste of what Forerunner looks like.
Good evening, everyone. This is Colin Cole. I am the Hazard Mitigation Lead for Forerunner, and prior to joining Forerunner, I was the state NFIP coordinator and state floodplain manager, and we used Forerunner for about 2 years prior to me joining Forerunner.
Lovely. It looks like you guys are dragging Zoom over into that TV. I could just share my screen and we could go from there.
That's fine. It just has to be on those times.
Doesn't look like I can actually share screen, but I know that someone
You have
has
to go
my
in and make that
presentation.
adjustment. You have to go in and allow the share screen.
Hold on. Should be able to now.
All right, let me try. Yep. Lovely. Can you guys see this okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So I've got a truncated presentation to kind of give you guys the highlights of what I've spoken about with Veronica and Mike over the past couple of weeks. The gentleman who spoke before me kind of highlighted a number of things that Forerunner touches on, so it was a nice intro into what we do. To give you some quick background, we're a fairly young company. We were only founded in 2019. Our co-founders, JT White and Susanna Foe, they look at floodplain management and floodplain resilience as something that's incredibly important, back in 2019 when they founded the company, but something that was only going to become more important as the future progressed. Now, when they started the company, they went around the states, they spoke with folks at the council level, building officials, floodplain managers, folks at FEMA, Commonwealth, he was at FDM, anyone who touched floodplain management, and really found some big challenges, like the increasing number and severity of storms that are affecting coastal areas. You guys are no stranger to that in Florida. Rising insurance costs. The gentleman who went before me mentioned the CRS program and flood insurance. That's something that's top of mind for us as well. And then all of the increasing regulations that are being brought down upon local communities, primarily from FEMA. Now, when we think about these challenges at Forerunner, they're obviously incredibly important, but they're generally pretty topical. Most of your residents know very much about storms. They also have to pay for flood insurance, but they don't understand really the work that goes into all of floodplain management on the back end, as done by, in your case, Veronica and Mike. So what Forerunner wants to do is empower government agencies to do more. The best way to put it for folks on the council and the folks in the room who I cannot see is that we help in 3 broad areas. The first is improving efficiency and making your workflows faster. So I've been in software for about 10 years. You don't really want to move forward with the software if you don't think it's going to save you time. The second main area is compliance. So you guys are members of both the National Flood Insurance Program and the Community Rating System Program. We want to make sure that you have all of your ducks in a row, so that when you're being audited by the state or by FEMA, you can show them that you're doing the right things, and that you can continuously climb that CRS ladder and unlock larger and larger discounts for your residents. And then the final piece I think is the most important, and latching onto that, 24/7 City Hall mentality, is that for every partner community we work with, we spin up a public flood website where residents can go, they can do self-education, they can contact, in this case, Veronica or Mike through the website for any questions they might have, and really get a holistic sense of where their property sits within the floodplain and what type of risk they have. Now, that was a quick intro. Broadly speaking, all of the NFIP workflows that you guys are required to conduct are done by Veronica and Mike, whether that's reviewing elevation certificates, tracking SI, doing preliminary damage assessments after storms, basic things like flood zone determinations or document management. We've incorporated all of that into Forerunner. And the way that we make our product roadmap, the way that we add new features is by taking feedback from the folks that we work with. So we heard Tampa, we heard Clearwater mentioned in the presentation prior. They happen to both be partners of Forerunner as well. And they're very influential in how we roll out new features to Forerunner. Hopefully Port Richey will as well. Another thing that was brought up on the presentation ahead of me was the CRS program. So right now you guys are CRS Class 7. That will unlock about a 15% discount for flood insurance premiums for your residents. What we want to do is help Port Richey advance up that CRS ladder and unlock larger and larger discounts. When you first get started with Forerunner, there's really easy 922 credits that you can grab onto. And the total credits that we touch is a little bit more than 3,000. For those of you who aren't familiar with the CRS program, every class is separated by 500 credits. And then, who do we work with? This is just a slide for Florida, and it's really exciting because we can actually update this. We work with more than 30 communities across Florida right now. Before I dive into those, I'll let Con give you guys a quick overview of how we worked with the state, and then I'll take it back from there.
I think so. And yeah, when I was with the state as an NFIP coordinator, state floodplain manager, we had different software programs and different data sources kind of scattered all over the place. We were looking for a centralized system that could increase our workflow and our efficiencies and save a lot of manpower. And so when we were looking at programs, Forerunner came to our attention, and we took a real good close look at it. And we dove into Forerunner specifically right after Hurricane Ian. We were able to use Forerunner and assisting communities with preliminary damage assessments, and then a little bit later into the post-disaster and substantial damage estimates, which are both required through FEMA. One, to potentially get your threshold, so we can have a presidentially declared declaration and unlock those disaster funds, but also in the compliance arena post-disaster is the substantial damage estimates and determinations that are required as a participant in the National Flood Insurance Program. And so with those, they really increased our workflow and made things much easier. In addition, we captured all of our work in the field. And where we have that data, we were able to capture it, and then also we're able to transmit that data to the state, within Division of Emergency Management, with our recovery staff and our preparedness staff. And then we're also able to transmit that information to FEMA much easier and seamlessly than we had before. And then as the more we used Forerunner, we realized that it was for us also was a day-to-day tool to improve our efficiency dealing with the communities in the state of Florida and also the citizens. Like Owen shared, we at the state also have a public-facing website which allows residents to research their property and look for mainly a lot of requests we would get for elevation certificates. They would look to know what their flood zone is, and they could research that on themselves without actually having to email or call us and take up that time for themselves and our time. But it also helped for those out-of-state folks, mortgage companies, realtors, out-of-state property owners. It was much easier for them to go in there and just do their own research and then contact us for more specific and more general technical assistance versus just general questions. So it really sped up our process, and it was a game changer for us. And today, if you could call anyone with this Office of Floodplain Management in the state, and I guarantee everyone in that office has Forerunner up on their computer, and they use it daily as a tool, and it would really sped up our efficiencies. And that's the big thing, is it helps with the day-to-day operations plus your post-disaster environment. So you're using the same program that captures all the data, and it's there for anyone to access and research. And then I'll let Owen continue to show you some more details.
Perfect. Thanks, John. Yeah, and I think one of the big things I'd like to call out is that we recently surpassed 100 communities that we work with across the country. The state of Florida with FDEM was our first state contract. We've actually just recently signed up the state of California as well. And one of the nice things about working with Forerunner is that you kind of have access to the network of floodplain managers that we work with. So if there's a question about something that you don't know how to do the best possible way, you can almost guarantee that someone else has brought it up and we can get you in touch with them. I just wanted to hit a couple of high-level product features, and then I can open up to questions for you guys. But from an efficiency standpoint, we're going to bring in a whole bunch of disparate data sets that otherwise live all over the place. So your staff can access that data and get their work done faster, whether that's your flood maps directly from FEMA, the building information that we extract off elevation certificates, or your parcel info. We're pulling that all into one searchable database, plus any other map layers that you look to in the future, whether that's a vulnerability assessment, a sea level rise map, we can accommodate for those as well. We also have a very easy way to track substantial improvement and damages. You guys may have seen in the local news that a number of communities in Lee County were affected or potentially affected by a FEMA retrograde out of the CRS program. One of the big things they got in trouble for was not accurately tracking these metrics. And with Forerunner, it's a couple of clicks of a button to make sure that all of those exist on the correct properties. Another feature that I think is incredibly important, especially while we try to center the resident, is that we make it very easy to create logs on who you're chatting with, when you're chatting to them, and what you chat about. From a general government perspective, you want to make sure that you're providing a great service to your citizens, and Forerunner allows you to make sure, allows you to go in and see what conversations have been held. But also for that CRS insurance discount, you need to report to FEMA exactly who you speak to. Forerunner automates this process and allows you to export all of those in one neat file. Speaking of the CRS program, the elevation certificate is the bedrock of gaining that discount. If you don't have clean elevation certificates, you're not going to get a discount from FEMA. And one of the keystone features of Forerunner is our ability to detect errors on them. So when Veronica and Mike receive new elevation certificates, they upload them to Forerunner, tell you exactly what's wrong with them, and they can respond in turn to the surveyor to produce a corrected version. From a post-disaster scenario, Forerunner also has a native mobile app that your inspectors, your government staff can download to their phone, go out in the field, conduct their inspections, snap photos, and then subsequently, just like you can export logs, you can export preliminary damage assessments for substantial damage estimates, report those to the county, who then report to the state, who then report to FEMA. We want to make sure that post-storm, you guys are getting all the data you need the fastest way possible, so you can start to unlock those funds as fast as possible. And then finally, the public flood website. The example you're looking at is Coral Gables, but we make it really easy for a resident to go search their address, grab the initial data they need to make an assessment about their home, or if it's a realtor looking for something, they can find it here. Another way to interact with the public is that we automatically generate letters. So if someone needs a flood zone determination letter or a substantial damage estimate letter has to be provided, Forerunner can do that automatically so staff can focus on the next task at hand. With that being said, I'll leave you guys with a quote from one of your peers, Sarah Kessler, down in Clearwater, Florida, who's a great advocate of Forerunner. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Thanks. Any questions?
Nope. Very precise. No, I don't have any questions. It was a very good presentation. Thank you.
Yes, is an action item, right? So I'll look for a motion.
What do we need a motion for?
Motion to approve purchase.
Okay, gotcha.
Motion to, well, I guess we're gonna discuss this MSA and SOW. Motion to approve the Forerunner software system for $14,400 for the first 2 years.
Motion seconded.
Bringing up the cost, question that I would see a lot of.
Hold on. So I got a motion second. Further discussion?
All right, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, further discussion. Are these guys still on the line? Do we need them on the line?
What, do you have any questions?
Well, I got questions about their MSA, yeah.
Ask.
Well, for example, have we looked at any other products to compare like to like, or did you look at any other products, or is this the only one we've looked at?
Yeah, I can answer that. Forerunner is a sole source provider. We shared the sole source document with Veronica and Mike during our conversations, and we went back and forth with red lines with the MSA with your city attorney, and that's the final approved copy.
Okay, so our attorneys looked at this and redlined all the documents.
That's still in process. We're still.
Yeah, we're still going through the document. It was returned, but there were still more changes that need to be done.
Do we want to talk about them here? Because I've got my own red lines on this stuff.
This is where we have to talk about it.
Perfect. My question was the product. This is one product. Are there other products in the marketplace, and did we consider those as well?
We looked at other products out there, but none of them had the whole package
You like this one the best?
like they did.
And
Correct.
bang for the buck, was it
Correct.
price-wise better too?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Let me just add that in doing other possible routes, we'd be looking at multiple sources to get that.
Gotcha. This is all in one shot. Perfect. There was a mention about hardware requirements. Do our existing IT infrastructure, they're going to be able to accommodate all of the software and everything we need, or do we need to add anything for incremental software and hardware?
After speaking with George, we're right in line with what we need right now.
Our servers can handle this. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, this is in the cloud.
And it's in the cloud. That was the next question. Boy, you good. And I noted a note in there that residents will have access to this as well and be able to review and that kind of information.
Correct.
Great. It indicated that there was an uptick of 10% in the third year. But when I looked at the payment schedule on there, the 10% only is applicable to the license, not on the repetitive data module. So actually, it's an effective 8.7% uptick. So that's even better. Did you guys miss that?
Thanks, Dave.
The thought process around there is that if you guys are mitigating your rep loss properties, one day we hope that you no longer need the repetitive loss module.
Okay.
So it doesn't make sense for us to increase the price on that piece of the software.
Well, that's good. Like that. Also, in year 4, there's no indication as what any caps on that could be. Could we put some caps in there? Maybe GDP or something like that, or inflation rate of 3% or something like that, so that we don't come in with 100% uptick in year 4.
I think the ongoing conversations, I'm trying to find it, for year 4 is it renegotiated time.
To renegotiate.
It's time to renegotiate. There's no, if I'm trying to find it to make sure I'm not misinforming.
I just don't like walking into contracts with wide open at the end.
I agree.
I did this for a living, so I'm not quite familiar. On page 69, there's something about terminate after year 1 in 30 days. Look at that. This is a different page than you're on. This is in our agenda, so that's not going to line up. Customer may terminate this agreement for convenience or cause within 30 days with prior written notice. You guys okay with that, right?
Are you saying asking us or them?
Yeah, us.
Or,
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
pretty-
we're good.
That's pretty standard.
Definitely.
And That's good. Also, was this all up front or were the payment terms over time?
It's an upfront cost.
So we owe the 44K up front.
No, 14.
Oh no, just year one. Excuse me, 14.4.
Okay. Then on your payment slides on the statement of work, I notice it says the first one if we sign it by 7/15, and then it says year two, but it doesn't have a date. I'd put a date in there of 7/15/25 and 7/15/26 so that we know those are obligations and when they're due. Almost done.
Take your time.
Okay. Pay schedule page. Oh, we're allowing our name to be out in public for marketing. Are we okay with that?
Why not? Why not?
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, you guys are aware of that. On page 70, talks about Forerunner. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Forerunner will not incur any obligation or liability if services are unavailable for maintenance for the result of satellite or broadband or network connectivity issues as a result of other circumstances beyond their control. That's very broad. So do we have any SLA agreement at all, or is it just kind of wide open?
We can include SLA language if your attorney recommends some. The clause there is mostly related to cloud service shortages. So if Amazon Web Services goes down, Forerunner has no control over that.
So you're using AWS for your cloud?
Correct. All hosted in the US.
Okay. Do you have an SLA at all, or to say, hey, you're going to try to provide?
AWS probably gives you what, a 4.9s or something on that.
I can follow up with the SLA language. I'm sure someone else has asked for it.
Yeah, I just think we ought to have some kind of agreement. I mean, if we want to have access and then there's issues, we got to have some way to remediate that, right? I like dispute resolution in Florida. That's good. That's all I have, I think.
Good.
Oh, on the onboarding, you guys are putting together the history, or you're loading the history, or are we loading the history?
What do you mean by history?
Well, isn't there all the existing data that we have? It's got to get in the system somehow, right?
Yep. The historical data that we'll import is your archive elevation certificates. We'll pull all of those in. And if your SISD data is in a clean format, we can pull that in as well.
Okay, you guys are cool with that? You've talked to, okay, that's good. And then you got some training as well. Is that hands-on training, or is that like a module or something like that?
It's hands-on training. So part of your license will give you a customer success manager. So Veronica and Mike will have a one-to-one relationship with someone over here who will do all of the onboarding trainings, plus any ongoing training, plus any support.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Yep. Any other comments, questions?
Well, a couple, Dave covered quite a bit. Good job, Dave. Any plugins that are required for this to operate in the future unless requested by us, is that covered by Forerunner?
There are no plugins that are required. Forerunner is like a standalone software, and we're cloud based, so you can access it from any browser.
So like no changes their format or something, and then the changes. Or if we have any technical issues in a contract that there's a technical glitch or a problem that's going to be covered by Forerunner, or do we have to pay you to come in and update the system and correct it?
No, we'll do all updates and maintenance on our end, and in the rare case that you do find a glitch, your customer success manager is your first line of support, who will escalate to our engineering team to make that.
Good. The only thing I was going to ask, do you know what our actual point value is, CRS, now, Mike?
It's actually, we have it as one of the documents.
I was looking at their points. I was just, because this one directly gives us
900. Yeah.
159 directly captures, it says. I just wondered if that was going to take us to another level or not, just buying the software.
It's real close. I don't know, and then we have other things that kind of fall in with what Port Authority had talked about and stuff. My goal and Martha's goal in the building department is to drop us at least to a 5. So that's going to drop us 2 levels, which will add another 10%.
So we're probably, just by buying this, we'll probably get a level out of it. Depending on where we're at in there.
We're really close to it.
Yeah.
I thought he indicated that each level was a 500 point
That's right.
spread, and this is 900. That's going to push us almost to the 2 levels.
So all the other stuff that we've got going on.
Right, exactly.
The 900, it directly captures or significantly helps with. So there's other things, parts that just helps.
We may
with
be
that.
doing some of those things
Yeah.
already.
Just,
which is a duplicate.
Yeah, just the software will give us 159. Looks like on here, directly captured. Any other questions? Open up public comment. Do you have a comment, Carl?
Carl Roth, 8031 Island Drive. Just a quick one on the data piece. The Forerunner application seems really good from a functionality standpoint, but getting the data in, I heard on the elevation certificates, there's a rationalization process, but I wonder what tools you use to assist Mr. Alexander and the city in reconciling and rationalizing that data so we don't have garbage in and garbage out.
Yeah. So there's the EC error detection feature within Forerunner relies on a couple of different technology baselines. The easiest is just you drag and drop PDFs into the software. That's step one. And then built into the software, we have a whole bunch of OCR, which is optical character recognition. And then we run machine learning through more than 200 logic checks to produce more than 150 errors that we can pull off an EC. So those errors include things that are dependent upon more than one field and will alert you to the corresponding fields that need to be double checked. This works for every form of the EC that's been produced, plus handwritten elevation certificates as well.
So that's after we've gone through the effort of loading the data. So I don't have any tools that will do that rationalization before I upload.
I'm not sure if I'm following up.
You don't use any tools other than the application to help clean that data. So Mr. Alexander has to get the data together, move it up, get the errors, cleanse those, and then reload the data, is what I'm hearing. There's no tool to help him rationalize that and simplify the process because we have limited resources here to be able to do that function accurately and correctly. How can you help us?
Mr. Alexander doesn't have to pull off any of these fields manually. They're all extracted automatically.
So he just provides you the PDFs and you load that data?
He just simple as upload, drag and drop.
So each record he uploads manually. Each record he uploads manually.
He can upload 10 at a time, yeah.
Okay, that's acceptable. There's better ways to do things, but I just wanted to make your life as easy as possible. It would be nice if you had some tools to assist your customers in loading data because that's the most important part of the application for the usefulness. And my experience has been on the smaller guys generally don't have those tools, but it makes our lives a lot easier if you do. So I'd encourage you to maybe look at something to help Mr. Alexander out. If at all possible, treat us as a pilot. Thank you.
Anyone else? Comments? I'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. Next up, item number 6, purchase request for fire gear extractor. I'll pass that to Mr. Copper for introduction.
In August of 2023, the City of Port Richey Fire Department was awarded the Federal Emergency Management and Assistance to Firefighters grant for the purchase of personal protection equipment, washer, and dryer. This purchase will allow firefighters to wash and dry their fire gear in-house after exposure to harmful carcinogens and other incident contamination. This purchase is for the washer only. AFG awarded the department with $22,886, with the cost sharing from the city of $1,008.29. The additional funds will come from budgeted funds and Penny for Pasco line item.
Open for motion or discussion.
I got a question. I know we're only looking at the washer part. The grant covers the washer and the dryer. The dryer should be included so that we have the whole picture rather than a piecemeal approach to addressing this. I think it ought to be included for the purposes of comparison and trying to establish what we're spending our money on rather than look at little pieces and try to assemble. I've seen situations, and I'm not saying this is the case, where projects had values, had parts separated so that they fell below scope so people wouldn't look at them. I think it's best practice to pull this together in a summary so that we can see where the funds are rolling. And, if we're going to acquire that from another party outside of these 2 or 3 that were in here, it would at least show that we're getting bang for the buck there.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Actually, in your department justification memo, it shows how much the total cost will be with the extractor. The problem is the extractor is being purchased from a different vendor, so that's why I didn't put it in there. But if you look on your department justification memo, the extractor is about $7,489.80, which is below the $10,000 threshold to go in front of City Council. So the total project cost that the city is accruing is $1,621.47.
Includes the washer and the dryer?
Yeah, so the dryer, obviously, because it's not $10,000, doesn't have to go in front of City Council.
Right.
But I put inside the department justification, because I know it'd be brought up, that the overall cost for the grant that's coming out of the city's pocket, we would have to contribute at least $1,080 and some change.
Okay.
We're having to contribute $1,621.47 just because price increases. I mean, just unfortunately everything. Freight is actually what killed us. It's $900 in freight.
So the purchase. So do you need a purchase request for the $1,621 and change, or do you need a purchase request for the $1,080.29?
So
because the front page says $1,080.
That's how much is our minimum contribution we have to give.
Okay.
Our minimum contribution from the Federal Emergency FEMA for the AFG says you have to at least give $1,080 and something. Because of the cost increases, the monies FEMA's given us, we're have to contribute about another $500 and some that we wouldn't typically have to contribute. But the other reason why this is it kind of caught the chief and I by surprise. The woman that the company we're getting the extractor the dryer from, we thought we were going to get the extractor from. And one of the other companies came in and said, hey, we can save you about $2,000 on the same extractor. Here you go. So that's why 10-8 Fire Equipment is winning the extractor. We thought it was both going to be from Florida PPE Services. But as you can see, Florida PPE Services came in at like $17,000 for the extractor. So, we were able to save almost $2,000 by going this way.
Is there any option to go and pick up the gear yourself and pocket the $900?
Unfortunately, no. I already asked. I asked if it was.
Bradenton.
Well, so that's where they're out of, but where the extractor's coming from is actually up in northern United States somewhere.
You got a truck, don't you?
Got a trailer.
There you go.
Yeah, we have.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming.
Oils and gas pulling that trailer.
I move to approve the what am I approving?
Fire extractor.
The fire extractor for $1,080.29.
Second that motion.
Motion second.
Oh,
Aren't you approving the acquisition? This is a reimbursement, right?
yeah, this is reimbursement.
You got to improve the whole spend.
Yeah, the whole spend.
Okay, so what am I approving?
You're
All right, I move to approve the fire gear extractor $22,686.
That's amended motion. All right.
Amended motion, yes, sir. Thank you.
I second that amended motion.
That's
What?
Yeah, so you just have to approve all you correct right. Do you want me to answer it?
Go ahead.
Okay. All you have to approve is the total amount for the extractor. I apologize. I'm
$15,737.30.
I'm gonna come over there and hit somebody. But that's not what it says here.
Yeah.
So where am I looking now?
Page 108.
Gravy.
your actual purchase request.
Okay, I'm gonna amend my amended motion that I made, Mr. Quinn, to the fire extractor for $15,737.38.
I second the amended emotion.
Amended emotion.
Yeah, they were pretty emotional over on this side of the table.
I have a motion and a second. For discussion. Anyone from the public like to comment?
Anybody else want to amend the amended motion?
Single hands
All
up.
right, just checking.
I'll bring it back. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Good job, guys.
Moving right along.
Oh, that was painful.
Next up, item number 7, appointments to the Centennial Celebration Committee. Pass it to Mr. Copper for introduction.
City Clerk has received 2 applications for membership to the City Centennial Celebration Committee. The 2 residents expressing interest are Caroline Gonzalez and Julie Keenan. In your package, you have the emails of interest.
Carolyn is a new member to the CAC, looking to get involved with the city, so that's wonderful. And I think Julie I just met recently, if I'm not mistaken.
She is traveling at the moment, so she wasn't able to attend, and Carolyn was going to be.
No, I haven't met her. Okay. Motion. We need a motion, or is this motion to approve Caroline Gonzalez and Julie Keenan to the Bicentennial Celebration Committee?
Centennial.
What'd I say?
Bicentennial.
Okay, Centennial.
Motion second.
It's late.
Motion second for discussion. Anyone public like to comment? Vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, we've got a few more things that may be of lengthy discussion. We want to take a quick bio break, maybe for 5 minutes?
Sure.
Yes, please.
No more than 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's come back at 9. 5 minutes.
Set a timer. I don't know why I just turned off.
Yeah. And
Yeah, the computer. Well, we were having an issue earlier where we thought it was stuck. We got a project for external. Now I'm thinking the internal power sources now. They might have a problem. These guys do this all the time. We got cap thresholds. They were at the expense side. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Or we cap better and cover one. It was empty. I mean, there's just stuff we're all working through, right? See if it'll restart. But I see it. I'll leave it this way. It was okay. The other
presentation. Carl hit it out of the park. I think now we're on our goals, which we do have one of them. It's not our main goal. We can move it up the chain and potentially move some activity in that direction. I think that's what interesting thing with that is take your other schools that are part of that goal and the customer relationship. Yeah, did you notice that?
So I mean that's where I didn't think it was that big of a deal because I know what the overall goals were, and like a lot of the elements of those goals are just do it.
Everything the city wants to do. They want to make sure the thing is eco-friendly to our flora and fauna and animals.
Exactly.
Water clarity. Alan, I think he could be he's going to push forward and work on these grants. But if the grant say you get a project, we got to define what it is. So it's going good.
That's why we've asked him several times. I don't know why you haven't brought these. Oh my God! It's going to be in your
We're here until midnight.
You get tired, you get drowsy. You ever read the book You Give a Mouse a Cookie?
That works for me.
I have part of the cookies in my office. I will get it for you.
No, but your chicken and pig comment. So yeah, what's going on there?
Well, I didn't want to go into the whole story of it. I normally would, but it's like, it's like, you never heard that one?
No, that's good.
So there's farmers that really good care of all the animals. So when they have animals, and they have the pig, the chicken, and the cow, all there, the farmer does a great job for it. We have the best farmer ever. We should do something special for it. And so they were talking in the council, why don't we make it right? And we'll all contribute something towards it. And she says, I'm in. And the council says, great, I'm in. And the pig goes, wait a minute. For you, it's just a donation. But for me, it's a life-altering commitment to do this. I still don't want to eat. And so, the adage goes, you're going to be committed, be a committed pig, not a committed chicken. So if you're only donating as a committed chicken,
that's why I don't eat bacon.
It's just talking like about the data part of the
Yeah.
equation. Let's take a hard look at that. Then have time to negotiate.
He should have been able to take a break since it was his right.
It's dumping back on these guys. And they're stuck in it. It never works the way you want it. So working with them if you can. Usually there's out of like an access tool or something that you can cleanse the data. It's easier for them to look at. It's a hell of a lot of actually.
They maybe have what they use.
I don't think so. But not from what he was. It's a manual process. He's talking about their incremental PDFs and stuff. So that means he's got to churn every deal to put that out. That's a lot. It's 30. You got better things to do. Those guys.
Yeah, so.
You're hoping by then there'll be other competitors.
7, 6, 5.
You should let my other people free because you want to sell that.
All right. Everybody return your seats. Okay, we'll resume. Next up, item number 8, discussion on open storage uses in commercial and industrial zoning districts. I'll pass it to Mr. Koppel for introduction.
At the April 15th study session, staff discussed with council concerns regarding the broadness and subjectivity of terms related to different storage uses in commercial and industrial zoning districts. Currently, these uses lack specific definitions, leaving the decision of whether a business conforms within a zoning district to interpretation of the building code official. This interpretation has varied widely over time, depending upon the individual official, resulting in inconsistent treatment of identical business concepts simply due to changes in personnel and their differing interpretation. To address this issue, staff has proposed developing clear definitions for these uses and incorporating them into land use code, eliminating room for subjective interpretation. City staff has prepared potential definitions aimed at reducing subjectivity and promoting uniformity in the review process for new businesses to operate in the zoning districts. Another issue that needs to be addressed is whether the council wishes to allow for outdoor storage in the commercial 3 district zone. Currently, outdoor storage is not allowed in the commercial district as interpreted by the building official and as proposed in the new definitions. During the April 15th meeting, some members expressed interest in broadening this definition to permit some outdoor storage. A decision on this matter is needed so the city attorney can begin drafting the necessary code changes and initiating the amendment process. If the council provides clear direction, the proposed changes will then be submitted to the Plain Zoning Board for their comments and recommendations. Before we go too far, what I've also included is first a spreadsheet which shows the storage by district. So you can see that C3 and I1 are the only 2 districts right now that allows storage and the types of storage there, uses. I also included in that the definitions that we do actually have in our code. One is what an establishment is. I know there's been a lot of debate on that. And the second one is what outdoor storage yard and lot. So we start with a couple of definitions, but we don't define a lot of the terms. The next document that we provided there are a list of definitions. And what I did was I went through, again, those zoning uses that we have in those 2 zoning districts and worked on defining what each of those meant. I will say that some of this is not my work, it's the work of AI, because what we found is we were looking at these ideas that they're really not defined in too many zoning codes across the state of Florida. And so we worked to try to make them as simplistic as possible, reducing interpretation from one person to the next. They're not by any means perfect, and that's why we're here, to make the imperfect perfect tonight. And no, it wasn't a joke, but I just wanted to see if anybody was paying attention.
I should have laughed anyway.
Thank you. But anyhow, it provides a starting point or a midpoint to what we began with our discussion, that we need to make some changes. We need to have better definition of what we wanted to allow in those districts. And of course, the last piece is something you've already seen, which is our existing zoning code that shows what is allowed in districts. So that's my starting point.
For discussion.
Well, I've thought about this quite a bit, and I don't have a problem. I mean, we don't want people putting their boats and their trailers and their RVs in their front yard or next to their house, so if they want to own stuff, they need to have a place to put it. Based on that, I do believe that we should have some storage areas in the city, more, if they're don't interfere with someone else's property, such as if it is adjacent to a residential. As an example, Apple 6 Commercial Center, Commerce Center is very, very clean. It's one of our best looking commercial buildings in the city. The lot next to it, they want to make it a storage lot, and it's in a commercial commercial property. They've got commercial all around, except for the east side, they've got an assisted living facility. So in that case, they want to put a storage lot there. They want to clear that lot. They need to put an 8-foot fence. I would suggest an 8-foot fence with a green vinyl barrier around the fence. And on the east side, where it's adjacent to residential, should have shrubs or trees that cover at least 50% of that area as a buffer. Also, if it's going to be next to residential area, you need to have an hourly setting, no earlier than 7 a.m. as an example, and no later than 8 p.m. Because they do have neighbors, residents there.
There's buffering built into between commercial and residential zoning already.
Is okay.
Yeah, that's required. So what we're looking at here is. What's that? Buffering. What's up, Flash?
Well, I know there is no buffering on some properties here.
Well, if there's a buffering requonent, that you can have open C3 lot right up against residential. If it's a vacant lot, it doesn't need any buffering because there's nothing there. But once you establish something, then you have to follow the buffering requirements.
Well, if it's 500 feet from residential, I think just a fence is adequate, as long as there's tires on all the axles of the equipment in there, and there's air on all the tires, and they're registered. The current registration kept up on it.
I think one of the things we go ahead, Matt.
Just say in one section it says where the rear or side property line of a lot developed or proposed to be developed for non-residential use within a residential district, or where the rear of the side property line of a lot developed or proposed to be developed for non-residential uses adjoins a residential zoning district, residentially developed area or public street adjoining any residential district or residentially developed area suitable buffering in the form of solid fence, masonry wall, or plant material shall be provided along the entire length of the property line, unless this requirement is waived by the Board of Adjustment. Said buffering shall be at least 6 foot in height. Fences and masonry walls shall not exceed 8 feet in height. Should a landscape buffer be provided, the plant material should be an evergreen variety capable of attaining the required minimum height, shall be properly maintained. No buffering shall extend into an area required for sightline visibility in accordance with provisions of section 1.7. There is quite a bit of.
That's still kind of vague as far as shrub. I mean, you put 2 shrubs there, or do you have a certain amount or a certain percentage of coverage?
I think we have a couple questions. Yeah. One of the things we brought up was putting a moratorium on adding more storage facilities. Now, using Mr. Roth's data, we have a 2.2 square mile area in Newport, in Port.
Oh, 2.7. He was talking about the length of the river.
Well, 2.7. Okay, whatever. Pick your poison, a half of
a half
square
mile.
mile. So we've got less than 3 miles in our city, square miles. We presently, according to the data that was in our packet, we presently have 9 outdoor storage units. We have 12 with no BTR storage yards and 2 junkyards. So to address the one at Apple 6, we don't need any more storage yards. We only have 3,000 people in our city. I don't think we need any more outdoor storage. We have 9, so on and so forth. That's the first issue, in my opinion. I don't think we need any more. We have plenty. We're supposed to be residential, with some commercial and some of these. Yes, we need to have some. So that would be my first thing. Don't think we need to add any. So we're addressing the current storage units that we have, not proposed. Is that correct?
Well, whatever we do here would not necessarily affect the storage you have now because they would be grandfathered in.
I understand that. So yes, so that's right. They're all grandfathered in. So
some of these, all of these, are C2 and C3, which none of these storage lots are really allowed on these properties.
Well,
that's the issue.
Based on the interpretation of the building official now.
Well, I mean, I'm reading it too. I don't see the word storage in there either with regard to.
Well, because C3, the permitted use is warehousing and general storage establishment. General storage establishment, from my perspective, means all storage, general, not specific.
And
Not indoor, not
we
outdoor.
didn't that wasn't defined in this what general storage is. It could be A, B, C, or
Well,
D.
that's one of his definitions in there. And so
General storage.
if you look at the definition we do for establishment means any commercial, industrial, institutional, educational, office, business, or financial entity that functions as an economic unit, generally at a single physical location. So now, establishment doesn't mean building, it just means an entity. So if I set up a storage yard, that's general storage. The way I would now, if you define that as what has to be, I think general storage usually consists of a large enclosed structure used for the storage handling. So if you tie it to that, I think you're saying that establishment means a building in this particular in a general storage sense.
Well, that's enclosed storage too. Yeah.
General storage establishment without this definition that's being proposed here, I don't think there is any specifics to it. It's general. It's,
Right. We're
it's
talking
storage.
about outside though. We're just discussing outside.
Well, right, these are definitions. But what we do here, let's say that we enact this definition, and the majority of our storage is in C2, C3 zoning. And so we basically would make all our storage units, not storage units, but storage facilities, outdoor storage facilities, out of compliance with current code. They would be grandfathered in until they change, but they would, you take away that ability as a C2, C3 property owner to have outdoor storage, because the zoning only allows for general storage establishment, which we would further define as large enclosed structure used for storage, handling, distribution of goods, materials. So I have an issue with that. So if we were to do that, we need to make sure that we add that back in to the zoning to allow for that.
So let me replay the tape. Over on Washington or Congress, there's a storage facility for RVs that they have a structure that they pull into a carpool.
Some of them are covered, yes, but not.
Some of them are covered, exactly. So how would that fit in? Is that an enclosure? I think it is.
That's outdoor. Unless it's got walls around it.
Well, that's a good question, because this state's a large enclosed structure.
Yeah.
Would that count for just one vehicle?
But it has to be enclosed.
Enclosed with walls.
Oh, enclosed. It's
Right.
closed structure, yes. So,
Yeah.
so not a carport.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. So that would be grandfather.
Yeah, what we're doing here is not going back in time
Right.
with that. This is looking prospectively, saying going forward, anybody brings in an idea, the building department will be able to look at it and say, oh, you want to do storage in a C3? Well, it's going to be enclosed structure, and it's going to be this type of use.
So essentially, the building department in the past has approved these things under this law, or this section, I guess, and deemed it okay. Now we've got a different opinion, and it's not. And I tend to agree with what we're saying now. It's if a general storage establishment has got to be an enclosed structure,
Well, that's got to be. That's
five
proposed.
sides.
That's proposed. It's not. Doesn't have to be that. That's what they're proposing.
Right.
That doesn't mean that is what that is. So if we adopt this, then that's what it means.
And understand what I tried to do with these definitions is reflect what we currently have. So if we look at the way it's being interpreted today, these would be the definitions. And again, we had to have a starting point. I didn't want to start with an infinite possibility of what it is. We wanted to get you guys to kind of tell us, I like it, I don't like it, we need to add this, we need to take this out.
So the only place that you could have a storage lot, open storage lot, is with light industrial.
Yeah,
is what we're saying today. And how many of these on this list are light industrial?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Well, I went through,
There's not a
I
lot.
found one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one right over here, Springer Storage.
Yeah, found one. Okay.
The rest of them are C3.
C3, C2. Yeah.
No, I wanted to ask, I believe right next to City Hall here.
Across the street, yeah.
Right across the street, in back of the T-shirt place, that storage, RV boat storage, relatively new, and that's C3 zoning. Was that here when you got here? That storage right across the street here?
Yeah, the storage was already there.
Well, not the Springer, the back.
No, the newer one that's like right across from the utilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was already here.
That was already there when I got here.
It must have just been probably about right before you got here. Then I think it's relatively new.
But that establishment was already there. The only thing I was part of is they actually put a building on it.
Mm.
And
So has there been any new RV boat, not RV boats, outdoor storage since you've been here? Any new ones prop up?
legally, no.
The one on Washington Street, how long has that been there?
Well, legal's is arbitrary here.
Coming through the building department and establishing as one, but it's private, and he's right down here at the end of Springer. And he owns his own property, and he's putting his own facility up for his own storage of his own property. We have some that are wanting to come into the city, but we haven't yet.
And that's because you deny it based on your interpretation of general storage establishment doesn't include that, right?
Correct.
And so another perspective here that I think is important when someone buys a property, they buy it based on a lot of uses that they can do with it, right? Maybe it's one use today, different use tomorrow. If we look at C3 as an example, actually maybe it'd be good to go to the page here. It's page let's see, bear with me just a second. Under the WOD, there we go. It's page 150.
Right.
So in the permitted uses, you're going to see a lot of things. The one specific is number 22, warehousing and general storage establishment. Again, it doesn't talk about indoors, outdoors, but if you look right above that, shooting and archery range, indoors only. It specifically says indoors only. And if you also look above that, starting at 12, automobile repair garage, all work within an enclosed building. Number 13, done inside a building. 14, within a closed building. 15, inside a closed building. 17, inside an enclosed building. So we have all these references that specifically call out whether it's inside a building or outside, or in this case, indoors only, so you can have an outdoor shooting archery range. But under warehousing and general storage establishment, it doesn't specify, which leads me to believe that the intent when it's written is that there is no indoor-outdoor requirement. Now, there's another opinion of that, because in industrial zoning, they actually mention specifically outdoor storage yard, that would be used to change the intent of this. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with that philosophy. I see the point. But that aside, what I would not want to do is burden a property owner that bought a C3 property and then all of a sudden tell them that they can't do that anymore.
I don't think you can.
Well, you can, but then there's a risk there that they could file a Harris Act against you and say you've took away uses of the property. And obviously, Florida is very, very hip on property rights and that. So I don't have a problem with creating some definitions to alleviate some of that interpretation that's out there. But by doing so, we need to make sure that we fill the gaps in. An example, if we change the definition of general storage establishment to be a totally enclosed building, I think we need to add to the zoning that we permit outdoor storage lots. Or if you want to be more specific on what types of outdoor storage lots, maybe you don't want outdoor storage lots with raw materials and whatnot, you can just say we will allow RV and boat storage. something of those effects. But again, I think the original intent here, the way I read it, and the way it's written within the C3 zoning, is that it's intentionally vague to allow any general storage establishment.
So unless we change it, yes.
I just want to make a statement real quick, and I don't want to get too far into the Burt Harris Act because that's a whole different conversation and it's very detailed and kind of confusing also. But just changing, there is such a thing as a Burt Harris Act, obviously, but just taking, let's say you take away number 19 on page 150, pet shops. You take away the ability to have a pet shop. If I have a C3 property and I have no plans, I've taken no steps, I've done nothing really to begin that pet shop process, I do not then have a Burt Harris Act claim against the city. Okay, like there's more to it. You have to be burdened. There's a burden on the person. Florida is very pro property rights, but it's not just I could have done it, never thought about it, but now that I can't, I can sue the city. There's definitely more steps to it than that. Just to keep that in mind. And I'm not saying what you're talking about is wrong. There may be someone definitely out there in a position that could say, "Oh, you changed this, and here's my what I've done, and here's my plans, and here's the money I've spent to try to do this project that now you're telling me I can't do." That may be out there. So I'm not saying that's not an issue, but it's not automatic.
Right, no. And let's say an investor bought that property with the intent of putting a pet shop. No, he's not applied for it yet, or he's acquired. He's kind of holding it.
And that's what I don't want to get too far into it, but the burden is that you have to show that there's, I can never remember the phrase, an inordinate burden on them. It's not just there has to be something more than just
It wasn't a thought. They have to have actual plans.
Yeah, there needs to be, and they need to do more than think about it. Yeah.
Plus, also they have to have it by right. So
They have to have what?
They have to have it by right.
By
By right. That means written in the code.
Well, they do pet shop.
Right. I can't help that example. But they have to show that. So in this case, why I think it's an important distinction is that if you say I own a C3 property and I want to open an outdoor storage lot for RVs, right now the interpretation is you don't have that by right, and you don't have language that establishes that by right. You have what someone may think, right? You have someone that interprets it. That will go to court.
Right.
Right. And they may say that the building official's right. They may say the landowner's right. They may say none of you is right, and this is what it really means. And so
That's what we need to get it right.
Exactly.
So
I
that's
think
what we're here for tonight.
we're
And
clarifying.
like I said, I don't see any problem with it if it's adjacent. And I don't mean just right next door, but if it's in a residential neighborhood, or near a residential neighborhood, then there need to be hours. There need to be foliage to protect, the residents from seeing that. In my travels, I've been to different towns, and I've went to a restaurant. It was a nice restaurant, looked like a big building. I came out after eating dinner there, and I went to look to what this part of the restaurant. Well, I looked, and it was painted windows, and had trips, and had a remote big sliding glass door. It was a storage facility. Unless you walked up to it, you would never know it was an outdoor storage facility. If I saw the T-tops of the boats and inside of it, oh, that's nice. Couldn't tell. No reason why, and it's not that expensive to do something like that, but it's very presentable to the neighborhood, and you'd never know that it was an outdoor storage facility. Now, if you are 500 feet from a residential neighborhood, I just think you just need to have a fence. I don't think there's any property left in the city that's 500 feet from a residential area, but I mean, if you want to put a fence up and have a storage facility that's not anywhere near residential, I don't see a problem with that. But if you're going to be within, I think, 400 or 300 feet from a residential neighborhood, you should be more presentable, and the road should be disguised as the surrounding buildings, so it kind of blends in with the neighborhood. And it doesn't have to be expensive.
Buffer requirements
Buffer and presentable
is another discussion. This is just a use.
Okay.
So all valid points, obviously, but we have buffer requirements. If we want to review those to make those more stringent,
right,
then we can do that. But that's not for this discussion.
Okay.
Agreed?
Yeah. No. I think. Yeah. I think, especially since you're bringing it up as an issue, as we put together these changes, we would look at our buffering requirements. And again, You know, generally those would be found in the, I can't remember what the section would be, but there's a section at the end of the zones that kind of apply to all the different districts. And you would have buffering requirements for outdoor storage lots in that section.
Okay, but it's something for Nancy to put together tonight.
Maybe not tonight. Tomorrow.
Whatever.
Because we know that's an issue with this. If council says we want to allow outdoor storage in C3s, we know the buffering is going to be an issue that you want to address. We'll make sure we look at that.
Okay.
And include that in whatever the changes are.
So, no, I don't really have a problem with it.
If you all have a chance to look at the map of the zoning, just to. If you look at, I believe it's so industrial.
Light industrial.
Is light blue, which is the only place we have outdoor storage lots currently. According to the code. So if you look at that, the majority, all of that is right here behind City Hall. There's some scatterings of light industrial, and then over there by Wall Street, nothing else. So you would, in a sense, be confining outdoor storage lots in the definition we're providing to this immediate area. Of course, the C3 is the purple. You see, there's a lot more opportunity there.
Well, when I look through here at some of these things, under C3, it says boat sales and marine supplies establishment. Boat sales mean you're going to have boats stored on an open lot.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's different though, like a car lot.
Well, it's like a car lot, and it does say commercial parking lots.
Right.
An automobile repair garage, where the work's done inside the closed building, but you're going to have cars parked all around this thing waiting to get repaired. Right?
Mobile homes, you could sell mobile homes there.
That's what I said, mobile homes right there.
So it seems kind of short-sighted to say that, well, you can have all these things, but you can't have an RV boat storage lot. Doesn't make any sense. It's
well, if I could.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it says
So
warehousing and general
those
storage.
are those are our primary uses. So boat sales are
Mobile home sales is
right.
the primary.
Those are the primary use. An ancillary use then is allowable, which is the storage of your product.
Okay.
That product moves, that doesn't stay there.
Right.
but
A storage
those things are
stays
stored
there.
outside. So, following the same logic, I could have a very small building that I have a RV boat storage area, and I store my ancillary to that. Right, I take my money and I do all that, and all that would be stored around there.
Your primary use would be indoor storage.
And that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that a mobile home sales establishment. So I have a small building where I sell mobile homes. All the mobile homes are parked around my property. You said the mobile homes parking storage there is ancillary to the mobile home sales
Storage
facility.
of your product.
Right. So if you're running an RV storage facility and you operate that out of a small building, the same as you would mobile home sales, you're saying that storage wouldn't be ancillary to that because that is your storage.
Right. Yeah, because again, the way it's interpreted right now is that storage would have to be indoor, closed, if it were in a C3.
You keep saying interpreted. I'm not so concerned about the interpretation as I am what the actual code states.
Well, interpretation that I mean that
Well, that's the problem.
that is
I
that's the
understand
whole
that,
point of this conversation.
But just because he interprets things that way,
Well, you interpret it differently. Interpretation is reality,
right,
so that's
and
his
several building
interpretation.
officials before him interpreted differently as well. So
So I'm really confused. We're having this big long discussion. What do you want? I mean, what is our point here? Are we trying to?
the point is to take away the interpretation, to specifically state what exactly is okay, and I'm perfectly okay with that. But just knowing that if you take this interpretation the way it is now, you're removing what I see as legitimate uses currently, regardless of the way you interpret them. They were interpreted that way. The entire city, other than one, RV storage lots, those storage lots are in C3. So if you change that definition, you will never have that again. And as those change hands, they won't. And you would be restricted to having outdoor storage lots right around City Hall here. That's what we would do. If we don't accommodate that, not only change the definition.
So you want to spread it out all over the city? Or to all the C3?
It's a permitted use in C3. And so if you want to take away that use in C3, which is what you'd effectively be doing by changing the definition, correct?
It's not permitted. A general storage establishment is what.
By interpretation. It's not permitted now because our building official doesn't interpret it that way.
But you interpret it differently, so that's the point. I interpret it differently, so that's.
I get that.
So when you are no longer mayor, then somebody else's interpretation will be different.
Well,
than
it
yours.
doesn't matter what my interpretation is; it's up to him.
Well, it is. You're just saying.
No. I'm just showing you that there's other interpretations out there, and my point is that what was the intent when the zoning was put together? Maybe there. Huh? It absolutely matters. It absolutely matters.
We can't say what the intent was of somebody else that wrote it.
I get that, but you understand that there are the majority of the C3 property owners that have those now are doing so because of the interpretation of prior building officials and whoever wrote this law.
Right.
They allowed them to.
And we're not
propagate.
taking it away from them. They still have
yes,
it.
you
They're
are.
grandfathered in. No, they're grandfathered in. We're not taking it away from them.
But once they dissolve, let's.
Well, then they sell it and they don't.
Okay.
They no longer have
Hypothetically,
access.
they sell these things, and then the only place that you could have boat and storage, outdoor storage yards, are right around City Hall here. Is that enough? The purpose behind zoning in business is when you buy a property, you should be able to do certain things with your property.
Right.
And so you, in a sense, are restricting that solely in an industrial zoning. And so what we're going to have is we're going to have somebody some way down the future where all these, say they've closed, they've built restaurants or whatever they do, right? And we need RV and boat storage. And the only place you have is right here around City Hall. So is that adequate to service our boat and RV storage needs in the future? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But it's a very, very compact area for that. Now, we've got enough now, obviously, because with 9, 12, whatever's in there. But that doesn't mean it's going to be like that tomorrow.
Right.
But it's not a permitted use today with our building officials' interpretation, but it has been in the past. It's an accepted practice. It's a precedent that's been set. So if we change it, we just need to keep that in mind.
The point of this is to better define, not take things away.
Exactly. If we better define
a word,
if we better define that takes it away unless we add something in. You follow me? So if we change the definition of outdoor storage yard or general services or general storage establishment, if we change that, we have taken out the ability to have an outdoor storage lot. Not now, because we don't have that now with interpretation.
we
But
haven't even decided on what we want to change it to.
well, I know. I'm just pointing out that if somebody motions to accept these definitions and that's all we do, then there's been a reduction in use, not from an interpretation perspective, but from a precedent use.
From a definition standpoint, not a precedent use, from a definition.
There's a precedent that has been set that we allow outdoor storage lots in C3 zoning. We have it in abundance. Those 9 to 12, one of them is industrial. So the 9 to 12 or whatever's in there, if they were to start that today, they would be not allowed based on these definitions, which are based on the interpretations of our building. It's important that we define those definitions. I get that. So he or whoever comes behind it, they don't have the ability to interpret that differently. It specifically spells out. And so in this exercise, if we tighten the definitions to restrict interpretation, we need to make sure that we put back the pieces that we've we've restricted. Does that make sense?
I
Or not.
I
You don't have
understand
to.
what you're saying, and looking at the big picture, the purple on the map is all C3.
Mhm.
That runs all along 19.
In other places, but yeah, that's
Other places, but
the corridor.
all of 19 is
Right.
C3. All of 19
Pretty
is
much.
C3.
That's correct.
No, not pretty much. It's all is commercial. So the theory then, not you as a collective, want to increase tourism and so on and so forth. Everybody could make the entire corridor boat and storage
If
by leaving it in there. The
could.
entire corridor could be
Absolutely.
all boat and storage.
Absolutely. If that
And
was
there goes your theory about increasing
Well, no.
tourism,
So,
because nobody's going to stop anywhere where there's boat and RV storage along the entire corridor of 19.
well, I would make the statement that where when a commercial property owner buys a property, he can do several things with it to make money. And if the best case to do that is with an RV storage lot, that's what he's going to do. Maybe he doesn't want to put a restaurant in there right now or whatever. But
what's
if
best
you-
for the city? We're not looking for
Well,
what's
no, I
best
get
for
that.
What we need to look what's best
Right.
for the city of Port Richey.
Economic development is what's best for the city, because economic development, then things happen and you don't have a lot of
Not a lot of economic development if you got all of RV and boat storage all along 19.
Again, I use the jet ski terminology that we had an argument about. By opening up motorcraft rentals in the waterfront district, there was a concern that the whole waterfront overlay district would be jet ski rentals, and that's technically possible. Yes,
absolutely.
Not a very good business model, but it could happen. And so business will kind of take care of itself. I mean, you're not going to open a Krispy Kreme right here on 19 and open up a Krispy Kreme right next door to it, right? Because it's not a very good business model. So RV and boat storage, you're not going to have a bunch of RV boat storage all
We don't
along
know
the
that.
sense. Look,
We already have 9 in less than 3 square miles.
right, I get that, but it's not
Not a very good business
not a,
model.
well, it's not a very good business model, and so that's why it
They're
wouldn't
doing
happen.
it and they're making money.
Well, and
So
should
we-
they?
are we
I know
in-
you're
are
not
we-
about making money. I've heard you say that, but
Oh no! Oh, I work for my money, Aaron.
well, I specifically remember a
I'm-
council meeting where you stated that you're not about people making money. You're
No,
not.
I absolutely never said that.
I'll play back for you.
Please do.
It's on the meetings.
Can I make a motion to table this discussion
Sure.
for a workshop? I think that we all need better clarity, definition, something. I don't think that we're going to get anywhere. We all need to figure out what it means to define words inside of our code. And I think that we should come back to this one.
I think it's pretty simple.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty simple.
It was pretty simple.
Fix the wording. So we could,
We could fix the wording.
right, that's all.
I think she did make a motion, but motion table. Is there a second for the motion table? She made a motion to table the item for
I second
the
it.
workshop. Okay, motion second for discussion. Anyone public like to speak? Cindy, welcome.
Cynthia Malin, 5446 Blue Point Drive. I have just a couple of questions. This, right here in the definition, states zoning. Why isn't this at the zoning board and get their recommendations to bring back up to you guys instead of spending 30, 40 minutes on this discussion? I'm just asking because I come to these meetings, we want more people to come to these meetings, and it's 9:30. I've been here since 4 for the other meetings. So my question is, why are we not following our own process and sending this to the zoning board for their recommendations, and then you guys can come up and make a decision on that?
The intent was to actually send it to planning and zoning after this. So they were going to get it after we had the discussion.
40 minutes into it, someone else will get it for a board. I'm just saying, it just seems a little ridiculous and a little backwards. Should go to the zoning board, get their recommendations on it, and then come to you guys, and then you guys can make an intelligent decision on this. Just saying. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? See, as I bring it back. Before we vote, just to clarify, not trying to drag this out. I'm just saying that the workshop needs to cover this, obviously. Not only if we change the definitions, but we need to look at what, by changing those definitions, we're extracting from the ability to do things, and then consider that as well. That was all my point was. So, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Table. Let's see. Next up. Next up is item number 10, discussion on parking on roadways. I'll pass that to Mr. Cobb for introduction. Let's not. Sorry. Discussion on, I just saw storage. Discussion on storage of boats, watercraft, trailers, or major recreation equipment on any vacant lot zone for residential use.
At the May 14th council meeting, City Council requested that item be placed on the agenda regarding the parking and storage of boats, watercraft trailers, or major recreation equipment on any vacant lot zone for residential use. Current city code, see attached, prohibits the parking or storing of these items on vacant residential zone lots. Based on the brief council conversation at the May 14th meeting, it is my understanding that the council wishes to discuss changes based on the extenuating circumstance that these vacant lots are owned by the adjacent property owners who view these vacant lots as extensions of their principal lots.
Should this also go back to planning and zoning for discussion as well?
It will need to at some point, and I think the idea for, and Mr. Koppel will correct me if I'm wrong, I think the idea for the last one and this one was to get it to planning and zoning with a little bit of direction, because before planning and zoning has kind of been asked, here, look at this code, and they don't know why they're looking at it. So I think that's the goal, is to get some guidance to get it back to them, so we can get it back to you.
I think this one you brought up about
yeah.
my line. I'll just comment on it. I agree. I think that if the owner owns the property that the house is on, and they buy a vacant lot that abuts their property, they could cure this issue with combining those properties, so that would become their side yard at that point. So I don't. That's just a procedural thing that could make it happen. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't allow that in that case, because in effect they could do it by spending money to combine the lots. The only thing that forces them to do later is if they want to sell it, they have to separate it again. So
I'm sorry. I don't want to open my front door. Nothing is going to stop them from letting their friends park their boats and stuff behind the thing.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
If
it's behind the front of the property, they can park a line of stuff in the back.
If somebody changes the code and specifies when that situation occurs. So if you're going to allow parking on an adjacent lot that they own in Title 1 and Title 2, two titles, and you specify that you can only park your stuff there, then that cures the issue, doesn't it?
How are you going to verify that?
title.
We can't go on private property, so if you can't see a license plate, how can you verify who belongs to it?
Well, we don't have that. So technically now, if they were to combine the lots, they could park all their buddies and stuff there. Couldn't do anything about it.
That's absolutely correct. They could. But I don't want to, I'm in this
It just makes it a little easier for them. Because this would make it a little easier for them because they wouldn't have to combine their lots.
We just went through 45 minutes of discussion on killing the remaining lots in the city, and now we're looking at further restricting it. The
We
point
have to
is,
look at all the citizens. The citizens that are looking at that don't want to look. I don't want to open my front door and look at a row of cars. The people adjacent to me that are looking at that lot don't want to open their front doors when they pay lots of money to look at somebody else's parking lot. They don't want, the people next to them don't want to look at a parking lot next to them. What is the one thing that we've always heard, Dave, from citizens? How come there is a boat there? How come this is there? Everybody has been complaining about boats and stuff in the front.
You know, there's
Exactly.
there's another way to look at this is that if you want to control what happens on another person's property, you should own that property. And so
This is the city. This is not me.
I understand that.
This is the city. This is the city code.
Right, individual property owners, and if you look
You
at
want to clean up? You campaigned on cleaning up Port Richey. That's not cleaning up Port Richey.
well, so when we talk about cleaning up and keeping things looking nice. We can talk all day about that. We allow, and I'll just use this as an example. You can park a literal piece of junk boat on the side of your house that looks like it has trees growing out of it. That is okay. It looks like crap. Okay, you just can't put that in your driveway. And so, my thoughts on things like that is let's harden up even those things. If you want to keep a boat on the side of your house, it has to be covered with a custom cover so nobody sees all that. So it's actually not looking terrible. It's not the issue where it's parked out front or parked on the side. It looks terrible. It can look terrible on the side of your house currently. So if we want to clean up the city, we need to harden the codes to make sure that we're keeping it clean. You know, you can't have your eaves falling off your house, right? You can't have a boat that's in disrepair on the side of your house. You clean it up that way, not telling you where to park it. So that's the difference. And if you walk out your door and your neighbor across the street owns a lot next to his house and he parks a couple of his toys there, he should be able to do that because he bought the property and he's parked them on the side of his house in this case because we allow on the side of the house. That's the argument. You might not want to look at it. I may not want to look at it. But he might want to do that and he should be entitled to do that because it's his property. It's okay to have laws to make sure that everybody plays nice in the same sandbox, but just because somebody doesn't like something, there's a property owner that's on the other side of that would like to use his property for what he wants to use it for. So it's a balance.
So I think for today, the purpose for today is that if there's a consensus to have planning and zoning look at this topic. I believe that's what they need to do. It needs to go to them. If there's an interest, if the consensus is to have them look at
Well, I think
modifying like this.
we probably make a decision on this one. It seems fairly straightforward. Either for allowing the same owner because
There needs to be more discussion on this. I think planning and zoning is the place to start.
Okay.
And I make a motion this moves to planning and zoning.
Motion seconded.
Motion second. Further discussions. Anyone public got comment? Seeing none, bring it back. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, item number 10, discussion on parking on roadways. I'll pass it to Mr. Fowler for introduction.
At the May 14th meeting, City Council requested I placed on the agenda regarding concerns about existing parking codes, specifically Section 3624C2. The section allows an operator of any vehicle providing delivery service, maintenance, or construction at any location within the city, provided the vehicle is not temporarily parked before 7 a.m. or later than 7 p.m. and the vehicle is not obstructing the flow of traffic or creating a traffic hazard.
What was this all about?
I can give you a little backstory on this. There was an incident where there was a ticket issued for a resident that reached out. He had some work done, air conditioning or something inside his house, and the serviceman, it was there after 7 o'clock, but because it was after 7 o'clock, he received his tradesman got a ticket because
he got a ticket.
Even though it wasn't impeding traffic, just because he was parked there after 7.
Park there fixing something or park there for
Parked
the
there
night?
fixing something. He was inside the house servicing the customer. There's obviously more around that, but
Did that ticket get fixed?
no, there's no fixing of tickets.
There isn't?
No, that's illegal.
It goes to the county.
No, but if somebody ticketed,
Based on our code, it was a valid ticket
it was a valid ticket.
because 7 o'clock is a cutoff.
Just like the guy parking in the park down on that, down by Granite.
Manatee.
Manatee.
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Same
just
thing.
like that.
Well, that's a park.
That's a different thing.
But that's all temporary.
So I think what we're looking for here is based on that section of code. We're talking about servicing that I wouldn't put a time frame to it because there's somebody plumbing problem midnight, you don't want the plumber getting tickets written.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Well, we'll make it 24 hours, you mean?
Yeah.
Something that-
there's no time frame.
Yeah, just eliminate the time.
Just eliminate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think that was the only caveat on that, right? So that's a discussion. So we just, by consensus, direct Nancy to fix that.
I will
Take
draft
them
away.
times out.
Do that tonight?
Maybe tomorrow.
Okay. So you're good there?
Yeah.
All right. That's all the council business. Number 12.
No, there's one more.
Oh, shoot. I already checked it off. Number 11, discussion on speed humps on Grand Boulevard. I'll pass it to Mr. Hopper for introduction.
At a previous meeting, City Council directed staff to research potential for placement of speed humps on Grand Boulevard. Or the other side of that is speed tables, depending on which word you like. Staff sent out a survey to 25 households on Grand Boulevard in the city of where potential speed humps could be placed. I'm going to update real quick. Sal, what is the current numbers?
Actually, we're at 16 and it's 8 to 8.
We need a tiebreaker.
Well, I didn't fill it out.
No, you
I did not,
You
but,
can't vote.
well, I figured no. So, but, you know,
What would you have said if you filled
so
it
it's
out?
9-8 then.
It was
Favor.
total, but we sent out 25 and we have 16, so we're still going to give it to the end of the month.
Well, while we're giving it to the end of the month, I'd like to have some discussion.
Okay.
Go ahead.
She's not done.
Oh, I thought you were.
He's still busy. He's got more
I was just updating there. I've attached a map that shows the possible placement of speed humps on Grand Boulevard based upon the distance used by Newport Ritchie for the spacing of their speed humps on the same road. Using the same spacing and achieve the desired effect, staff believes that at least 2 speed humps would need to be installed. And so on that map that I supplied, the first 2 coming into the city are the ones that we believe have to be installed. Staff has also provided placement of 2 additional humps if council wanted to go further on Grand Boulevard. Again, those are based on the spacing by Newport Ritchie of their humps and taking into consideration some of the unique areas out there that might push it. So it's not exactly what Newport Ritchie is doing, but it's as close as we can come to it. Staff has obtained pricing on 2 options for the installation. The first option is a rubberized version that costs $9,000 per table. So that's a nicer, more, I think it can be relocated if need be, rubberized surface. The second option is more traditional asphalt hump that is estimated at $5,000 per hump. So let me explain that. So we have been trying to get a number from Ajax, who's going to be coming in and doing the road paving. We figure that's probably going to be our best cost for placement of humps. We haven't got that yet. We did look at that cost if we were to install it ourselves, and that number is probably in the $2,000 range, maybe a little bit less expensive, maybe a little bit more expensive, but $2,000 is the planning number per hump.
So Ajax is 2,000.
No,
we don't have Ajax's number yet, but we think it's probably going to be up in that $5,000.
Okay.
Well, hold that thought, because the data we have is over almost a year old and a couple years older than that. In every case, it appears
Oh, you're looking at the speeding.
the
Yeah,
one was
I provided that information
today. This wasn't provided. So my recommendation would be is let's get the incognito unit out there in front of someplace other than the fire station, midstream, so that they got time to build up speed. And then let's cycle this back around when we have current data to make a decision whether we want to spend 10 grand. That's my motion.
Well, we have 3 sites that Mr. Copper gave us.
Yeah,
here.
but they're old. The oldest is 6/23/23.
No, I know, but we have
5/23/23 and
3
11/17/21.
right. So we have 3 data points already that are consistent. So
Yeah, and
Just
they're
saying.
consistent saying that we don't need one. Is what I'm seeing. I would like to have the current data. I mean, personally.
it's fine.
And there's a motion on the floor.
There is.
Motion seconded.
Motion second for discussion.
What was the motion? I missed the
To
motion.
table this
To table
until we
this.
get the data done.
Okay.
I think it's ridiculous. Completely. You want Dave to go sit in somebody's front yard over there. You can see what goes on over there. That people complain about it all the time.
Well, here's
If you're going to put it through, you want to put a golf cart crossway across 19 on Grand. You're connecting Newport Richie to the waterfront district. We have a lot of bicycles. We have a lot of people on electric scooters, not only golf carts, but all kinds of transportation up down that road with people on bicycles and walking their dog. And that's extremely dangerous. It's like Le Mans Speedway down through there, it seems like. Now, Newport Richie had a lot of problems in the past. They had cars in the river and the trees, people getting hurt and killed, and that's why they put speed bumps there. Well, until they get to there, they still think it's a Le Mans Speedway. And if you want to have a crosswalk over there for golf carts, you need to make that road to that crosswalk safe, and it's not right now.
So the motion is to table, so we're not making a decision one way or another.
Right.
So
If you agree on the motion, yeah.
well, I mean, you can vote no on the motion to table. I'm just saying that just understand that the motion to table doesn't kill it.
right.
It's
I know
improvement,
that.
so we can have discussions later on. As since it's 10 o'clock at night, we can have some more discussion about it now. But it's motion to table.
And there's prices still coming down the pike.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
that's important. Yeah, we need to get from Ajax.
right.
Yeah.
I want to get
That
all
was-
the. I think $9,000 is ridiculous. Too.
Yeah. How soon can we have the incognito thing out there taking the data?
Relocated over to there.
You already sent it to the traffic sergeant, so they'll get it out the next day of work. Tonight, tomorrow night.
Okay, so we can get some data here soon on that.
So we'll have some data by the next meeting. Perfect.
And another thing I want to see, the 9 people that haven't responded to the survey yet, is it possible we can follow up with those phone calls, whatever, and try to get, because I'd really like to have as many answers on that. Because while, here's another thing, if I could finish. So even though the data shows that it's not, as of right now, we've got half the people that want it, half the people don't. So the perception of half the people is they'd like to have some kind of abatement done, regardless of what these numbers show. And again, I get the reason behind this, but we also need to be responsive to those citizens. Same thing we had on Old Post Road, people speeding. So now we're putting those things out there.
Is that or have police presence there more and write more tickets so
Right,
people
something.
understand they can't do that.
Right.
I mean, they annoy me. Speed bumps annoy the crap out of me, but it's dangerous. So there's something has to be done. I'm thinking that's the easiest way for those guys, the police department, and for the citizens, and just continue what Newport Richie has started.
So
It's been a long time ago.
Yeah, let's get some more data, get some more pricing, and then we'll pick it back up then. So anyone public got a comment? City?
Okay. Cynthia Malin, 5446 Blue Point Drive. I do have some data. I did request some data. I did get some. It goes from 2023 to 2024. And I got to say that Grand is one of the most viewed roads at this time, and they are not the busiest. And it's true. I appreciate the 2 gentlemen that got up earlier. There's a lot of these roads that we take our lives in our hands on the sidewalk. And I mean, even when I'm out mowing my lawn, Old Post Road, I'm always watching both ways before I pull out just onto the sidewalk when I'm mowing my little hill. So what I have in data, Washington is by far the busiest road we have. 38,792 cars in 1 week. Now, their highest speed was 79 miles per hour.
On Washington?
Oh, yeah, it's dangerous. It's worse than Grand.
Where'd you get that data from, just out of curiosity?
Mr. Chief.
Oh, Chief, okay.
Actually,
I
that
agree with you.
Washington
It-
data
Washington
came
is
out.
more dangerous.
No, I know, but I didn't realize it was 79. That's why that was my question.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, I live on
Like
Washington,
a
so
drug.
I know it's.
Was that you
I know
going
it's-
home?
Yeah.
After one of these meetings.
You were
I'm
hurry.
starving.
I know. And the interesting fact, Lorenzen,
Yeah.
the little 2 block, It's got 52 miles an hour at the highest speed.
Oh, wow.
In 2 blocks?
2 blocks.
Yep, it's a cut through
What were they
road.
driving, a Maserati?
Yeah. So then we got to look at Leo Kidd.
Well, that's
Leo Kidd has over 23,463 cars 1 week, and its highest is 73 miles an hour.
wow.
Now, Grand was interviewed and looked at 6 times. And their average is a little lower than Old Post, but they did have some peaks up. So I'm probably Chasco that week or something like that. But their average was 11,218.
What was the miles per hour
The highest miles was 78
on grain?
on Grand.
Jeez.
Yeah, I had a truck going in about 80 miles an hour. A couple.
Oh, wait.
Well, I agree with you. Washington is the most.
Old Post. Ours is at 2,218, and our highest speed was 83 miles an hour.
Wow.
That's boat traffic.
What about 19 over the weekend? What you did on that one?
The thing of it is we were looked at twice. Now, I do know we had an incognito that I did not get, and then we had the going from south
You can finish.
to north, that they're parked in our yard right now, which is great. I don't mind that at all. But they also looked at north of Bay, and they had 2 of them, and they run around 8,664 with the highest of 69 miles an hour. And that's all the information I got. I know there's more roads.
Thank you, Cindy.
But it's a lot of scary stuff out there, and I'm not just here complaining. The thing of it is, I think that, like the incognito one, doesn't that give time? So if you could get an average time of when these speeders are going, and the day, for us, it's either when Gill Dogs gives out, or people going home from traffic or going to work, they're late. If we could do things like that and petition more of having more patrols at that time on some of these really busy roads, and honestly, Leo Kidd that's crazy, because I don't think they have sidewalks.
And Leo Kidd is bad. They don't have sidewalks, and they also have the ALF that there are people constantly
BMW.
That are walking there on the roads, and they're handicapped.
Oh, I know.
And it is, or wheelchairs going from there. So that is very dangerous.
Right. And I know that 2 years ago that a woman was hit on a bicycle right on Old Post between Blue Point and Quist, right at the bridge. She was bicycling on that side of the sidewalk, the wide sidewalk. And of course, there's no curb or anything. Guy going the opposite way, doing a text, swerved over and hit her. So it's a scary across the city, not just one issue that we're going to correct with speed bumps.
Yeah, it takes forever to get this stuff done too.
So we need to make a plan if we want to control this, and that will help the widespread and not just 1 or 2 streets. I do appreciate everybody's input. You've heard me 2 years ago talking about this, so, I do appreciate this, but, it's scary, and I'm afraid a small child's going to get hit.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mr. Chief.
Let me just say, what she's speaking of is a comprehensive plan for the city. The city has received a grant through the federal government, Safe Streets for All. We're out in the bid process right now. Hopefully Wednesday we'll have a number of people that we'll be bringing back council to award that. What that does, looks at our roadways and determines those areas that are of danger, that needs to be corrected, and proposes different solutions for those areas. It's going to be a public intensive project. There'll be a lot of time for residents to come in and state their views. So we are doing that. But again, We haven't awarded the bid yet. We haven't opened the bid yet. Hopefully, we'll get a number of applicants or a number of companies bid at, go through it, and then we'll make a recommendation for award council during that process. It's the same thing that the county's going through, or actually is going to be doing. They're going to be looking at our streets as well. So they're going to be piggybacking what we're doing.
Was this the one that we started to bid out and then we pulled it back because of some
we bid it
legal
out,
issues or something?
Right. It wasn't
Okay.
done. There had some issues with it that we had to reject the bids, and now we've put it back out.
Yes. Oh, Chief.
I just want to point something out to you. I know you hear about the high speed, but you also have to look at the total report. And except for Washington, where we had done an operational plan, all the averages is below or at the posted speed limit. So when you look at it, yeah, you may have an outlier, 79 or 83. It could have been us going to a call. We don't know that. But at the same time, you have the majority of the people that are at or slightly above the posted speed limit. Hence the reason your overall average is at or at the posted speed limit. So,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But the one outlier, Leo Kidd, at least 10% were over the speed limit.
right, and that's right, and so that's why when we have that, we put operational plans in, and that's what we did with Leo Kidd, and that's what we did with Washington Street. So, you just have to look at the entire report and not just look at the highest speed, because then you have a low speed of 7 miles an hour, which is more likely going to be a golf cart. So you have to take those into consideration and then look at the overall average speed of the people that are traveling on those roadways. So I just wanted to make sure you have a total picture. You got a high and you got a low, but your average is right at or slightly below the speed limit.
Got a motion to table in a second. Any more? What? Oh, sorry, mate. That's got to vote. Anybody else like to speak? Oh, Joe?
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. Joe Meelan, 5446 Blue Point Drive. Over 4 years ago, before any of you guys were up there, except for Linda Rodriguez, she tried to help, we've been complaining about these boat trailers going down Old Post around 40 miles an hour. And, you stand out there and you can't do anything because most of the time all you do is get the middle finger and some smug look on their face. And this is really crap. And I think, Dave, you might have said that there's some areas that we need to find out, where to put these, the incognitos and stuff, because when you put it up on Old Post and Blue Point, they haven't had enough time to wind it up and get it really going fast. There's another area between Miles and Blue Point where you could put that incognito down there, you know what I'm talking about, on the tree and stuff, because by that time they've wound it up, it's really going fast, and that's when I can sit out there in my backyard and I can watch these clowns in these boat trailers and they hit that one bump at just before Miles Boulevard going up north, and you can see the boat come up off the trailer. That's just too darn fast. I don't care. It's just too fast. Okay, so, and that's why I would like to see something done about this in a good way. I want everybody's street to be safe. As far as that gal getting hit, one of the things about the, what they say would be a good, nice thing for Newport Richey, we need to have those wide sidewalks, either a Jersey barrier or something else put up in there so these idiots that do this stuff doing 60 miles an hour can't come across 2 lanes of traffic into the sidewalk and squash a bicycler. That was just absolutely uncalled for. Dave's wife went out there to check to make sure the gal was okay. A week later, the guy came up. He goes, "Well, did you catch that on your video cameras?" Unfortunately, we did not, you know, but this is the kind of stuff I think it would really help if, Chief Robinson, if you could go down and talk to the folks and say, hey, where do they wind these things up at? You know, where do they get going really super fast? And then have your guy sit down there or put the incognito down there and redo these, you know, some of these report things. Like, I'm sorry, but, you know, like I said, I've been after this for about 4 years, and it really ticks me off that nobody sitting up there has done anything about it yet. And it should have been taken care of a long time ago, a long time before that little guy got smashed on that bicycle. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Anyone else? So I bring it back. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up, old business. Anything discussed on old business?
Definitely.
The only thing I had real quick is on the pavement. That wouldn't be starting until June or July. I see it here.
Yes.
What's the delay on that? Why is it taking so long?
Well, we talked about this last meeting. We met with them. For them, their scheduling didn't allow them to start sometime in June, I think. And we had I think late June, if I'm not mistaken. Late June. And then it would have the 4th of July. And so they wouldn't be sure that they would be able to get everything done. Then they have to remobilize. So we just decided to wait till after the 4th of July.
Okay.
We're going to meet our deadline because we got to spend it by the end of the year.
Well, we have to have it encumbered by the end of the year.
That means started.
Yeah. We have to have a contract, effectively.
That's all I have. For a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Adjourned.